in Czechoslovakia for a year, and then in the KHL in the country he hates the most, Russia, right now.
And for me, it was Nicholas Lidstrom, who retired at the age of 41, but was still very productive for the Red Wings. He was skating almost 24 minutes a game, which is insane to think that age 41 he's skating that much, and was a plus 21 rating on that team as well. But we're asking the people who they think. 248-539-9797. Mike is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I can't believe you guys didn't mention Pavel Datsyuk.
Yeah, Pavel, I was actually a little surprised when I look back at his numbers. The last year he played in the NHL was 2015-2016, and he played 66 games with the Wings, had 49 points, had 16 goals, and then retired. Remember there was that whole trade thing that they facilitated to create some cap space or whatever.
How to get that Dennis Cholowski.
And he played the next year in the KHL, and he actually played the next 3 years in the 5 years in the KHL.
Well, he wanted to leave and go back to his
homeland. Which was always his thing. He wanted to play in Russia. Could he have come back and played in the United States and play in the NHL?
Yes.
He absolutely could have. It's a good one. But I
think Mike Babcock chased his butt out of here. Everybody
probably
hated Mike Babcock.
No, I know.
Probably didn't help. Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it.
What about
do you remember a few years after that they traded his
yes, to Phoenix, and Phoenix ended up drafting Chikrin, and we got Dennis Cholowski because they had to clear that money to sign the great Franz Nielsen.
Exactly.
Well, Franz Nielsen wasn't a bad player, but it wasn't what he was. And
first year was okay. What about here's one. What about T.O.?
Yeah, I saw this. Somebody weren't stealing somebody's thunder. Somebody had that, but I think they dropped off. So Terrell Owens, I went and looked that up. I want to see. So he played last played when he was 30. He still thinks
he can play.
He was 37 in 2010 when he last played, and in 14 games he started 11, but he had 72 receptions for 983 yards and 9 touchdowns, and then retired. Could he have still played a couple years later?
Yes.
Yes, I'm convinced. Remember they had those videos out there?
Yeah.
Like recently, it was a few years ago, I think, where he was running a 40. People said he still ran a 4.3 40 or something?
Yeah.
Crazy. In amazing shape.
Well, who actually could have played, should have played, but it wasn't by his own circumstance that he didn't. And no, nobody should go after him now. Time is Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah, but that's a whole different reason why he wasn't there. Back to the phones, 248-539-9797. Quinn is in Pontiac. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Quinn.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I got a guy that, obviously you should take everything you see on social media with a grain of salt, and I'm 26 saying that, so everybody should, but Chad Ochocinco. He is an elite athlete. He's always been an elite athlete. I've seen so many videos recently of him locking up high school wide receivers, college wide receivers. Like Travis Hunter was playing against him, and I know he's playing D-back on that, but still, he's just clearly a stud athlete, and I think that he could go out there and put some numbers up.
So Chad Johnson was 33 when he retired. He played 15 games with the Patriots that year and only started 3. His production fell off dramatically. It was his worst year by far. He had 15 receptions for 276 yards and a touchdown. They never
targeted. How many times did they target him?
They targeted him 32 times and he caught 15 passes. That's a terrible percentage rate, too, less than 50% of the catch rate there. But it's not to say that he couldn't because he was still, he's only 33. But when
it was just like, I was thinking about T.O. as well. And then, no one wants him, but you could throw Antonio Brown in there, too.
Well, Antonio Brown's, yeah. Thanks for the call.
Not now, but.
Nah. He got himself out of the league quickly, Antonio Brown. That was not a difficult decision for teams to move on at all. I'll give you, somebody has a great one. Let me just look at this one.
Oh, I see that one.
This is through Ticket Text, and the name is Andrew Luck from Dan in a Car.
Oh, absolutely.
Andrew Luck, absolutely, you would think could still play. He's only 35. He hasn't played since 2018.
He's the GM of Stanford now, isn't he?
I think he is, yeah. So 2017, he got hurt the shoulder, did not play the whole year, took the year off. Came back and played 2018, threw for 45, almost 4,600 yards, 39 touchdowns that year. His quarterback rating was 98.7. He was fantastic, only 15 interceptions that year. But, playing those years in Indy, wasn't thrilled with it. He was the player of the year, the AP player of the year, and retired at the age of 29. Can he still play? Maybe. I mean, he's not going to.
Right.
But that's a guy without question, even as much as he can go 2 or 3 years after he retired. Go back to 2021. Could he have played? Yes.
Do you remember that game at Ford Field where the Colts came back and beat the Lions? That was a big game.
Yeah, I saw that a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Where being at Ford Field, seeing teams come back and beat the Lions back in the pre-Dan Campbell days. Dan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dan.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I think the obvious pick on this is a guy who only just retired from official hockey, but hasn't been in the NHL in a minute. Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, Jagr, I didn't even know he officially retired because he played this past season as he has with the last 5 with the Kladno Knights of the Czech League. He played in 39 games. He only had 5 goals. But, yeah, his last NHL game was 2018.
He's 53 years old. He's 53
I don't want
years
to hear
old.
about how I don't want to hear about how ageless Tom Brady is. He's not getting hit.
Right. Well, he still got hit as a quarterback for sure, but he was also protected. But
yeah, but I don't know if they really
hockey players.
I don't really know if they check in
the Czech League.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
Mm-hmm.
Always loved Jaromir Jagr as a player. He last played in the NHL in the 2017-18 season with Calgary. Only played 22 games, had 1 goal, 6 assists during that time. Mm-hmm. The previous year, played with the Florida Panthers, had 46 points in 82 games. I don't know if he could have played in the NHL, but that was a guy I always loved and I wanted the Red Wings. Look, I wanted the Red Wings to draft the guy. I remember following stuff back then.
Primo, then they drafted Keith Primo.
It was an amazing draft that year in the NHL, and they shied away from Jagr, I think in large part at the time because Peter Klima,
correct,
as a Czech player, did not have things did not work out well for the Red Wings with Peter Klima and the Goose Loonies thing and all that, and he ends up getting moved as he was part of that. And I think they shied away from drafting Jagr. Now, they were enticed by the size of Keith Primo.
Right. They had the 3rd pick of the draft. And obviously, Jagr was the best of the first 5.
Well, yes, but Owen Nolan was really good.
Nedved was good, then Primo, and then Mike Ricci was 4th.
Well, the best player of the bunch would have been Martin Brodeur, who was later on in that draft.
Oh, wow. Keith Tkachuk was drafted then.
Yeah, it's an amazing draft. If you go and look at that one, it's a crazy good draft. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
Our boy Smoke, Brian Smolitsky, Michigan State, too.
We will continue to take your calls and texts right here on 97.1, The Ticket. He's on the ticket text. Luke Kuechly. I absolutely think that he had more gas in the tank. That's Jordan at work. Yeah.
A lot of those
concussion issues.
Yeah, Patrick Willis too. Go back to what, Chris Borland?
Yeah, a lot of those guys just decided they
didn't want to take a chance.
They didn't want to take a chance because of it, without a doubt, because of their age. You said, well, sure. But Kuechly was, God, he was such a great linebacker, but he was devastated when he made the decision that he had to retire. I bet Ichiro could have come back. That's from Chris and Troy. Let me say this. Ichiro Suzuki was one of my all-time favorite players. I loved Ichiro. The answer is no. The last 5 years of his career, he just wasn't anywhere near what he was.
Wasn't Ichiro.
No, he wasn't. I mean, you go from 1 year in 2012 when he played split time with Seattle and the Yankees. He played all 162 games that year. He hit 283. But his OPS started to drop. He was at 696 in OPS. The year before, he was at 645 OPS. Prior to that, it had always been in the 700 to 800 range. But then things went way downhill. 639 OPS, 561 OPS 1 year. Then he finished the last 2 years of his career. He was in Seattle, back in Seattle, and he only played 17 games in 2 years. He was done. His body had broken down. He was done. I love that guy. He was also 45 years old.
Right.
When he finished up, but he held on long enough to get the 3,000 hits in at the Major League Baseball level. What he had done at the international level, tack on another whatever it is, another 1,500 hits. He was incredible as a player, but the reason he stayed on playing as long as he did, I think, was just to get to 3,000 hits, and he ended up with 3,089 hits with a 311 career batting average. I loved Ichiro. God, that guy was great. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well if you'd like to have your voice heard that way. We had talked earlier about the Detroit Lions and whether or not they should go after Von Miller. Apparently Von Miller has got 3 teams that are really interested in him. At least that's what his agent told. Was Brian Baldinger, we told? Mm-hmm. And trying to speculate who those 3 teams might be. You did some digging. It doesn't look like the Lions are one of them, and I'm fine with them not being one of those teams.
It appears like the Ravens, the Chargers. The Chargers lose Bosa, and the Eagles, who lost Josh Sweat.
So I'm in the camp that I'd rather have Zadarius Smith at this point. Healthy, ready to go, and let's see how he plays in the opposite end of Aiden Hutchinson. I still think this is a move that can and I think does get done. Not shooting the boot, guaranteeing it. It's just something I feel will get done because I don't think they can be all that far apart. And at this point, you're just giving a guy a 1-year contract, so it's nothing to worry about in years down the road and how it affects the salary cap. They've got tons of cap space right now. They can make something happen. Some ticket text on this. Neither Smith or Miller would start over Davenport. Smith played roughly 400 snaps as a Lion, and only 83 of them were on rundown snaps. I don't care who starts.
Right.
All I care about is the production you get from the player. That's why I have no issue if
Davenport stays healthy, he should be really
if
good.
Davenport can stay healthy, then questions are answered because I think Marcus Davenport can play football if he stays healthy. He's never been able to stay healthy.
Right.
That's the problem. But if I'm signing a guy just to be a pass rusher, I don't care. Just go rush the passer. Isn't that important?
Yes.
If he can't stop the run, then I don't play him on rundowns. I don't care. Throw him on a 3rd down.
Right.
It's like having a special teams player, right? They only come in on special teams or emergency.
You got to have a good quarterback. You got to protect that quarterback, and you got to get to the other team's quarterback. And if Von Miller or Zadarius Smith, whoever, can help them get to the quarterback better than what they have, then you sign the guy.
Von Miller has domestic violence accusations that he was suspended for. That's not the Lions type of player.
Okay, that's possible.
It is true. That's not the Lions type of player. Zadarius Smith is a nobody. Why do you guys constantly bring him up? Signing him would mean nothing. He's not a nobody.
No, he's not great, but we saw him excel with Cleveland when paired with Myles Garrett. We'd love to see what he looks like paired with Aiden Hutchinson. If he has to be your best edge rusher, your best guy to get to the quarterback, no, he's not the guy.
look, he's a guy who has had multiple double-digit sack totals in a single season in his career. 3 of them, in fact. When he played with Cleveland and Detroit last year, between the two teams, he had 9 sacks last year.
It's pretty good.
How is that? I mean, that doesn't suck. That's good, actually.
No. I mean, he's right about he doesn't play against the run.
I don't need him to play against the run.
I know. I get it.
Sorry, I'm not yelling at you.
I know.
I'm yelling at the concept that bothers me. But I guess to defend the concept, it's that's what the Lions look for.
Mm-hmm.
Lions love the versatility, having guys that can move from defensive end to defensive tackle. They like the guys who can play defensive end, that they can have the linebacker capabilities and drop back into coverage. And they want guys to do everything. Not every player on the roster has to be like that.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with having a specialist if that specialty is a real strength. If Houston were to have worked out, he would have been great to be that pass rusher. He broke his leg and was never the same.
None.
And it's
And then he
too
pooped
bad.
in his pants.
Maybe not. And it was really too bad because James Houston, that rookie season, when he finally got a chance to play, they unleashed him and he was fantastic for this team in that role. I don't care if it's a one-trick pony. If that one trick is great, take it all day long.
Exactly.
It takes up a roster spot, but one of the most important things you need on the defense is the ability to rush the passer. So find a guy who can do that, and Za'Darius Smith can rush a passer. Will they end up signing him? We'll see. We'll see what happens over the next few weeks, but I do think there will be plenty of movement in the NFL with players and leading up to the first preseason games, perhaps. So they have a couple weeks before that happens for the Lions. But I do think that they've got an opportunity, if they want to take it, and sign Za'Darius Smith. Again, it would be like a 1-year deal. You might even be able to get him for cheaper than what you paid him last year when you save money by dropping him. It's crazy how this all works out. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well. All right, so tonight we got the All-Star game. And we have 6 Detroit Tigers that have made the All-Star game, plus
The bat boy.
an adult bat boy, as you like to say.
Batman, he should be.
He is Batman. Mm-hmm. That's true. Though not Stephen Batman Holman, who was running back with Michigan State back in the day.
Wow. He had a lot of hype, and he just never.
Didn't really play much because other running backs were there at the same time. They were really good. But nonetheless, 6 players in this All-Star game. I love that. As a baseball fan and as a kid growing up, I love the All-Star game. I wanted to see the bright white Detroit Tigers jersey with the old English D, and you got to see your guys wear that when, back then it was, different players. Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker and Lance Parrish were the perennial All-Stars. But now they have 6, the most of any team in baseball. And we've got 3 that are starting in this game. We'll see them early, hitting second and third with Torres and Riley Green. Mm-hmm. And then Javi Baez, I think, is hitting 8th in the lineup.
Correct.
Tarek Skubal is starting this game.
He'll pitch 1 inning probably.
So we've got 4 starters in this game. This is awesome. I can't wait to see this tonight. And it mentioned that the players they get to wear their jerseys as opposed to the American or National League jerseys. I love that they're going back to this.
Me too. It's great. I mean, when you were a kid, even if your team sucked and you only got one guy in, when they did the introductions and your guy, whether it was Damian Easley for that 1 year or whoever, when he, tipped his hat wearing the old English, you felt great.
You felt like he was tipping it directly to you,
exactly.
The fan, saying thank you, appreciate it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Are you looking forward to the All-Star game tonight? We'll talk about it next year. 97 won the ticket. So we got all-star action tonight. We had the Derby last night. That was actually pretty fun to watch. Probably the most enjoyable Derby I've seen in many years. Lots of the young contestants made it cool to see the future of baseball. It's in good hands. Cal Raleigh, the whole thing with he and his family out there, his dad pitching to him, his brother was catching, and then he just really took it to another level when he got into the second level, into the championship level. He was great.
The big dumper went top shelf.
Yeah, we'll get into the big dumper in just a little bit. He went upper deck. That's a whole mess. You don't want big dumper going top upper deck. That's that's real trouble. But the Derby was a good start to the whole all-star festivities. I never really watched the softball game they have because I think that's just the bases.
And I forgot to ask you because you probably did. I did not watch the Futures game.
It was on Saturday. I totally forgot about it, and then I saw on Twitter what was going on, and I made sure that I checked some things out. But yeah, Briseño hit a triple, and I think I want to say Max Clark got on base. I think he had a hit, and I believe that McGonigal went hitless. But well represented with the three guys who are now playing at Double-A, the triumvirate of prospects for the Tigers. So looking forward to see them get back into action. But the All-Star game is tonight. We mentioned there's 6 Detroit Tigers that are in the game. 4 will be starting when you include Tarek Skubal on the hill, which is really cool. Very much looking forward to that. Skubal pitching, I guess I'm getting, Verlander vibes again with Verlander when he was so good for so many years and got a chance to pitch in the All-Star game. But I'm not sure if we here in Detroit are appreciating Skubal enough for how good he has been over the last 2 years. And maybe it's because we were spoiled by having Verlander for so long and Scherzer for a few years and how good he was, but not realizing that Skubal's been better. He doesn't have the no-hitters that Verlander does, but Skubal's numbers are actually better than Verlander's numbers. And he is anchoring this team. Now, that Tiger team that Verlander played on had some big names on those teams. The names on this team, though they're chock full of all-stars right now, it's not like McKinstry and others on this team are Gleyber Torres. They're not like household names necessarily. We're finally starting to get some other, we're seeing Riley Green back in the game for his second go-around, which is great. But I just think it's really cool to see what this team is capable. And now we're going to see these guys playing in the All-Star game tonight and getting ready to usher in the second half of the season.
Yeah, look, Green will probably be an all-star for years to come. Javi, we don't know how many years he has left.
Right.
So enjoy this, okay? Same thing with McKinstry. You have no idea whether we'll ever see him in the All-Star game, whether he'll even have a first half of a season.
I will make a prediction.
Okay.
We will not see Zach McKinstry in another All-Star game.
I think that's fair.
I hope we do, but I just don't expect to see it.
I don't think so either. Torres, you might see in an All-Star game. There's no guarantee he's going to
probably
wear
not
any
with a Tigers
All-English
uniform.
D.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this may be a very rare Skubal. I mean, we've talked about that at the station till we're blue in the face. So you might see Riley Green is the only guy who's going to make multiple All-Star games as a Detroit Tiger from this point forward.
Well, and we'll see what the Tigers decide to do because there's 3 players. They got Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and Kerry Carpenter are all free agents, I think, in 2029. That's 3 players. That's still a few years away, which is fine. They got 3 more years after this year that they're Tigers, and it's up to them if they want to sign them to extensions. But that is an issue moving forward that they're going to have to address, and we'll see if they do address that. But looking at the second half of the season, I know it's not literally the second half. It's just the post-All-Star break part of the season, post-All-Star game part of the season. Is there one player in particular that you think has to step up their game more than anybody else? Like, who has to have the biggest impact in the second half of the season here for the Tigers to give you more confidence that they're going to be this team to be reckoned with in the playoffs? And, taking the the easy button away and say whoever they trade for. Let's forget that.
Okay.
Like a player that's currently on the roster right now.
So David Bednar would not.
Right, because I think we
qualify.
both expect that they're going to make some moves to this team to improve the roster. But a guy who's on the roster right now.
Who I expect to or who needs to?
Who needs to? And if you could answer it both ways, great. But just
okay.
who do you think needs
The
to?
guy who needs to is Parker Meadows. I mean, he's an elite defender. He's got great speed. But if his hitting doesn't pick up and he ends up going to where we thought, we talked about yesterday, going to Toledo, it doesn't help them. If he could be close to what he was the second half of last season, that's awesome.
Parker Meadows is a great answer. And if I'm going to find another play outside of Parker Meadows, I'm going to look at a starting pitcher. And I'm going to say Jack Flaherty. Because I expect that Casey Mize is still going to be good in the second half of the season. I have no problems with Skubal. I'm knocking on wood these guys do what they do, and Reese Olson is fine. But Jack Flaherty is a guy that you're paying to be good. You're paying him to be your number two. And there are signs that he's kind of coming out of this funk that he started the season in.
Right.
But, you want to see multiple games where he's gone 6 innings and given up 1 earned run or less in those games. You want to see him get on a little bit of a stretch like that and then get into a rhythm of, he went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs or whatever. I want to see Jack Flaherty be that guy, be that unquestioned number 2 starter that you're paying him to be the number 2 starter that he's going to be. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, or the same number to text as well. Who's the player that you think needs to have the biggest impact in the second half for the Detroit Tigers? Stoney says Parker Meadows. I think it's a great answer. I say Jack Flaherty. He's got to be the number 2 guy. Maybe you say somebody different. You can agree, whatever. We'd love to hear from you at 248-539-9797. Also, when you mention the Big Dumper and Cal Raleigh, that nickname is spectacular.
Yep.
Absolutely spectacular. And we were kicking around this idea before the show, and I thought, I don't know who it was. It was Kang or if it were you that made this observation. Do women have kind of off-the-wall nicknames? Like, I mean, Big Dumper is going to be one that maybe women are going to have. But like guys get nicknames all the time.
Yes.
You've got a nickname, Stoney. It's easy.
Right.
I've got a nickname, Gator, which comes from a weird story with being a professional wrestling fan. Before that, my nickname was Otis.
Right.
I've
had people call me Stanley.
Right. You have some Bert Sugar, may he rest in peace.
Yes.
Called you Stanley one time during an interview, which was great.
Girls don't have nicknames.
Not typically,
No,
right?
we might have nicknames for them.
Maybe.
Yes.
More
They're
likely.
They're not usually good. I mean, there was a group of girls that we were friendly with in college. That they were good. They were just weren't.
Are you allowed to say any of these?
I'm allowed to say it. I mean, I'm not going to get. Speaking of Big Dumper, I'm not going to get dumped for this.
All right.
I'm not breaking any FCC rules.
Okay.
But they weren't the, as my father would say, they weren't lookers. We called their house where they lived, the 4 of them, the Bay of Pigs.
Oh, jeez.
They were our friends. They didn't know it.
They're your friends.
Yes, and one of them was McGill Gorilla, we called her. Wow. Hey.
I don't know if these are considered nicknames.
I
I
mean,
think it's just straight up.
that's just mean.
Yeah, I think it's just mean.
Yeah, I think that's just being mean. Yeah.
Name calling.
No. I mean, I was thinking it was funny. I was walking in the back of the building during a break, and I saw one of our coworkers here, and I'm like, well, she's got a nickname but it's a riff off her last name or maiden name.
Oh, right.
So Pickle
Yes.
is back there, and she's
like
awesome.
the only one.
She's great, right? But outside, I was thinking, like, outside of that, do I know any women that have a nickname that isn't some just variation or a shortening of their own name?
Right.
And I don't think I do. Like guys, though, guys give each other nicknames, and they last forever.
Right.
And there are some funny ass nicknames out there, and I wonder if anybody wants to admit what their funny ass nickname is, as long as it's not vulgar, right? We could let's be nice here. Or is there somebody, one of your friends that has a nickname that you love, that his nickname is what it is? Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. This is because Cal Raleigh is called Big Dumper.
Right.
It's hysterical. Who else do you know that has a funny nickname? Again, not vulgar, but be funny.
No, yeah.
We will take your text and take your calls next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, a couple things out there. Tigers have 75 games left in the regular season. And right now stand at 59 wins. The Vegas win totals just came out. The adjusted win totals came out. And for the Tigers, I think the adjusted win total was at 96 for the season, which compared to what was at the preseason, it's expected to be 13 more wins than what the preseason prediction was, which is the most in baseball, which is, I find that interesting to see that. But we did have some ticket text coming in about who needs to step up the most, which player needs to have the biggest impact in the second half. From a named texter, Spencer Torkelson has the biggest ceiling as far as contribution is concerned. Now, Torque has played 91 games this year. He's got 21 homers, 59 RBIs, 826 OPS, all very solid numbers for a guy who didn't have a position going into spring training. Can Torkelson be that guy? Should he be that guy? He could very well be the guy that has the big upside. And if Riley Green continues to have a great season, and if Torkelson ups his game, that combination at 3-4 in the lineup is really good.
Well, it's interesting. If Torkelson just basically stays on pace, he'll end up with like 36, 37 home runs, maybe.
Something like that.
Yeah. So who would have thought that going into the season?
Not many. No, because like I said, he didn't even have a position. They had already made their mind up that they were going to. Well, they signed Gleyber Torres to play second base, and Colt Keith was going to go play first base. So what was it going to leave for Torque? Platoon duty or some DH duty? And he earned a spot. The Tiger I think needs to step up and have a huge second half for it to keep going well is Jack Flaherty. He needs to be more consistent for the rotation to succeed. That's Marlon and Walt Lake.
He needs to be able to go 6 innings.
I agree. I think all the starters have to look. The second half of the season, they need to take some of the weight off the bullpen and pitch 6 innings. It's not asking a ton. I mean, I know baseball has changed, but has it changed that much?
No.
Unnamed texter just says one name, Reese Olson. And maybe it's just thinking that somebody has to emerge as being that solid number 2.
Correct.
And I think that Casey Mize has done a great job, but weren't expecting it to be Casey Mize.
Right.
My wife's nickname. My wife's nickname is Beef. Was given her by her oldest brother. She played D1 basketball at Oakland University and was their best player for 4 years. Shout out to Bethany Waterworth.
All right. Beef.
And and the last ticket texture on this topic says Will Vest is the one that has to be the guy to step it up in the second half. I think Will Vest pitched awfully well in the first half of the season up to this point. Maybe not his last outing or two, but otherwise is done just fine. We bring up the nickname topic because Big Dumper is the nickname for Cal Raleigh, and it's just flat out hysterical.
Yeah, but the good thing about him is people can just call him Dumper, okay?
Right.
Because it's like Pat Verbeek had the greatest nickname in the world,
Little Ball of Hate.
But nobody walked around with him, hi, Little Ball of Hate.
Right.
Or like, what's his name? Nicholas Lidstrom, the perfect human. He's walking down the street, people say, hi, perfect human. So that's
right. It's different.
That's not really a nickname.
So Big Dumper is hysterical.
Right.
And calling a guy Dumper in everyday parlance is great.
It's funny
to have somebody like that. Yeah. What's the guy in your group or girl in your group? Because that's the other question. Like, do women even have the nicknames that are actually bestowed upon them by other women?
My friend group and my college friends and people I grew up with, my wife and my mother always said, it's amazing. Nobody ever uses their first name. Usually just use their last name. Right. Wolfen or whatever. So he's called Wolfie because Wolf is his last name. But one of my good friends growing up we called him Juice because his first name was Jay and he liked O.J. Simpson. So we called him Juice. This was way before the murder, obviously. Yes.
Thank you for clearing that up. I was worried about it.
Just make sure.
Let's go to Loudon. You're next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Loudon.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
So growing up, I'm named after a character from the movie Vision Quest from the 19. Yep,
Loudon Swain. Yeah, it was great movie.
Great movie. Haven't seen it in a while. Got to rewatch it. But growing up during playing sports and stuff, if I ever got my name called from the announcers or anything, they'd always pronounce it Loudon. So, around 8th grade, I think my dad came up with cough drop, or he definitely came up with it. But ever since then, I have been cough drop after Loudon's cough drop.
I like it. I like it.
Very clever.
The funny thing is, when I looked at the screen, I saw the name Loudon. My first thought was Vision Quest and the character Loudon Swain.
Oh yeah.
Great movie about wrestling.
To take after him as much as I could.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Loudon. The movie came out in mid '80s. It's a movie that still holds up as an inspirational sports movie about high school wrestling. Pretty freaking good. I always liked the movie. And then the soundtrack to Vision Quest is amazing. Great soundtrack on that.
Okay.
Lunatic Fringe, the song by Red Rider in that movie. That was well done. Christine, you're next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Christine.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Good, love the show. So, day I was born, had my first baby picture taken, and I had my fist up, like my Duke's up. So my dad's been calling me Duke since day one,
Love
and
it.
I'm 47 years old. And to my nieces and nephews, I'm Aunt Duke. Like my 5 and 7-year-old niece and nephew, I don't even know if they know my name is Christine. But growing up, teachers, like sports articles in the newspaper would say Duke Edwards. So all my friends and family still call me Duke.
I like it. I like it a lot, Christine. Thank you very much. When I was in high school, one of the guys I played football with had gotten into a fight after a pickup football game that we were in, or during a pickup football game. And he gets squared off for this one guy, and we're all excited because we're like, oh, he's a tough guy. We want to watch him win this fight. He ends up, instead, he doesn't throw a punch and gets hit 3 times in a row. And so we went with the ironic way. So we started calling him Dukes because he didn't put the Dukes up. Great guy. I haven't seen him in forever, but it was a loving nickname. Nobody faulted him for it.
Right.
We just kind of think we'll call you Dukes. Garrett is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Garrett.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen? Y'all all right?
Yeah. How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. Well, so mine is ERK or URK. It's short for Urkel.
Right.
I got that in college. A gentleman just happened to call me that, and then for some odd reason, I look like him, so it kind of stuck. So even to this day, my frat brothers, there's 11 of them, and they still call me that. And here in the city, I may have about 4 more names. My name is Garrett Morris. Morse, Morris.
Right, not the Saturday Night Live guy, right?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of that over the years.
And people start calling you Chico Escuela or something like that.
Yeah, so.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, Garrett. We appreciate it. Urkel, that works.
Mm-hmm.
Some ticket text coming in. My name is Isaac, and all of my friends shortened it to Sack or Zach from Rochester. Guy's calling another guy Sack. That's funny. That's always funny.
Yes, it is.
My nickname is Red because I have red hair. That's from Kim in Sterling Heights.
Okay.
Trust you.
Yeah.
Real name is Lance. Nickname is Spear.
Okay.
Yeah. One of my best friends is a retired police officer in Marine. I was introduced to him with the name Law Dog. Didn't even know his actual name for months. That's from Mike. Just start calling the dude Law Dog. What's up, Law Dog? What's his name? I don't know. I call him Law Dog. Just works. My grandfather, who emigrated to this country from Sweden, could not pronounce my father's name. My dad's name was Hugh. It wasn't his father. It was my mom's father.
Right.
So when my mom started dating my dad, would bring him over by the house, and my grandfather could not pronounce Hugh. So he just called him Big Guy. That was the big guy for the rest of his, I think he lived 30 some years or so after they had started dating. It was always the big guy. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go and pick up Doug in White Lake. Doug, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Doug.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I appreciate it.
Sure.
You guys got a great show.
Thank you.
2 answers to the questions. Parker Meadows definitely has to go. Send him down to AAA. The other thing, when I played Pee Wee hockey years and years ago, my name was Douglas, right?
Yeah.
And they shortened it to Dick and Dugan. So that's what they shortened my name to, Dick and Dugan.
You're not really shortening it if your name is Doug.
Yeah, well, Dugan, short for Doug, Dugan.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. As far as Parker Meadows is concerned,
we said this yesterday.
Yeah, we asked the question, do the Tigers have a Parker Meadows problem? And I'm not sure how long you give Parker Meadows after the All-Star break to get it going, but
you give him 2 series.
Well, here's what I look at. They've got 2 weeks until the trade deadline, or it's now 16 days till the trade deadline. It'll be 2 weeks, I think, to the day when the Tigers start playing baseball again, or just around there. So he gets to that point. I'm not saying they're going to trade for an outfielder because I think they have plenty of solutions in house. But what I am saying is they're going to trade for somebody else. And when they trade for somebody else, not necessarily an outfielder, but they're going to have to find a roster spot on the actual team. So when they do that, someone has to get sent down. He's going to have to pick up.
Yes. Absolutely.
I mean, significantly. I mean, he's your guy that has the most to give, and I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. Because if he's back to being what he was in the second half of last year, that's an all-star player.
Pretty much.
In every facet of the game.
Yeah.
With the elite speed, the elite defensive abilities, and then, I mean, he hit 300 in the second half last year. That would be great. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. You want to come up with your crazy nicknames, anything close to Big Dumper. We're not looking for derogatory nicknames. Please keep it clean. You can text us at 248-539-9797 or call us at the same number. And we also asked the question, do women have nicknames? Do women give each other nicknames?
Yeah. So
and does it only stay in the circle of women so that if guys are around you, you keep quiet about it.
Yeah.
You don't say anything.
We've had two women with nicknames who called up, but they were given to them by their fathers.
Yeah, we had Dukes, and what was the other one? Beef. It's still funny.
Yeah.
There it is. 97.1, the ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket, the Carson Anderson program. Stoney and Gator with you today. Kang as well. Kenny working the phones. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Beginning of this whole nickname thing because Big Dumper is the nickname of Cal Raleigh, the catcher for Seattle. And it's an awesome nickname. It's just a great nickname. And when you get a nickname and it's not just because of, piece of your actual name.
Right. Like mine.
Well, but Stoney's great because we've known you forever and it's awesome. The fact that somebody called you Stanley is great.
Mm-hmm.
And they did that in an interview. It's awesome. I have a friend of mine who, when I started in the business, I started in the mailroom. And so every day I would go and sort through the mail and put in mail slots or hand deliver to the people at the station, whatever it was. One of the producers' last names was butchered every time by letters that came through. And one of them that came in listed his last name as Keg. So I started calling him Kegger.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody else has ever called him that. It's just me. And I go with it would be specifically because of a piece of mail that was sent to him. And to this day, I'll still call him Kegger from time to time. But that's kind of like we're looking for that kind of off the wall nickname, like Big Dumper. Is it your nickname? Do you have a crazy nickname like that, or do you have a friend that you've bestowed a crazy nickname to? Something that's not derogatory, something that's kind of organic and works. My name is Linda, and I have a prosthetic leg.
Okay.
My husband nicknamed me Rusty.
I thought she was going to call it Peg.
Oh, well, that would be different. We call my 8-month-old granddaughter Go-Go. Her name is Margot, understandably. You guys are so wrong about women not having nicknames. I have like 7, and they all started in high school. Here's a few of them. Blaze, Ice, and Nuge. Blaze and Ice because of American Gladiators. I was a weightlifter in high school. And Nuge because of my last name. It's Andrea Nugent at work. There you go. Blaze and Ice, I get it. That's kind of cool. I had an ex-coworker that's wife's nickname was Tuna. Her family gave it to her when she was young because she liked tuna fish so much. Bet they didn't see that one there. Think of that one through. That's from Carl in Grosse Pointe. Probably not. I'm Mary, nicknamed Frog because it sounds like my last name. I have friends, all women, named Spoda, Rookie, Scout, Chia Pet, and a sister named Bits.
Okay. Bits.
I like it. We call my buddy from high school Moose Jaw. Totally understand. It's a good nickname. I like it.
Good town.
Yeah, I've never had the pleasure being in Saskatchewan or Moose Jaw specifically to that, but I'm sure there are plenty of hockey people that have. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We did get into this with the Tigers and we're getting into the second half of the season. Only 75 games left in the year. And this team is poised to win the division, probably get a bye week a first round bye in the playoffs. But I think we can all say this team can stand some improvement. And after the weekend they had, losing 4 games in a row going into the All-Star break is not ideal. But perhaps the All-Star break itself is ideal. If nothing else, it's the All-Star break that stops that bad momentum, get the bad taste out of your mouth, enjoy a few days off, and then get back at it on Friday. But I think we feel pretty good about this team. We've talked about the area to improve it. We constantly say it's got to be the bullpen. It's got to be the bullpen. And now people we saw people go from saying they need to add a bat to they got to add arms and all this. And we're talking about with this team is who needs to step it up the most in the second half of the season. Who's going to have the biggest impact in the second half of the season. And Stoney, you said Parker Meadows. I think it's a great answer. I said Jack Flaherty because I think they need to have someone emerge as that number 2, unquestioned number 2 behind Tarek Skubal to really help this team out. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Which player do you think needs to have the biggest impact in the second half of the season? It's just one of the many topics we're talking about today. We got the nickname topic coming up that we've talked about. If you watched the Derby last night, the Home Run Derby, what were your thoughts on the Home Run Derby? I thought it was actually pretty cool. I was not expecting to enjoy it as much as I did. I think maybe the thing I enjoyed most was just the backdrop of where that stadium is. It looked really cool. It's the real first look I've had of that stadium. I'm marveling at it with all the different levels that it has. It looks like they have like 5 or 6 different levels of the stadium. Some really cool luxury box areas in there, and the whole fact that Cal Raleigh wins it, Big Dumper wins it, but he had his father pitching to him. His brother was catching. It was just kind of a cool moment to have that. We called it a family affair moment and brought together by sports. And we asked people earlier about what was your family affair moment with sports and how that worked out for you. Did you ever have a chance to play with family in a situation like maybe not like playing the Home Run Derby, but we had somebody call in and say that, played a softball game where he and his brother were playing, and they were the double play combination. They threw the ball over to first base where Dad was. So they were to have that.
That was Monroe to Monroe to Monroe.
That's right. And that's pretty cool. So we were asking people what their family affair sports memory was. There was some controversy in the Derby last night. Somebody robbed a home run from one of the players. Kid reached up and grabbed the ball. They ended up giving it to Caminero anyway, saying it was a home run, but that got into a little debate about should they allow people to try to steal home runs away, make that part of the competition. And Stoney, you suggested why not have the major league players do that?
Yeah,
which I think would be awesome, because that's a part of the game that every kid dreams of doing. If they're an outfielder, they want to be the guy that brings the ball back into play and robs somebody of a home run, and that would be kind of cool to see if you've got Riley Green out there in left center field waiting at the wall for his opportunity to steal a home run away from somebody. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Get some more suggestions and stuff that was coming in from Andy, who's selling services. Says, I love the idea of having players fielding balls. It would add a lot of entertainment value if they can stuff the home runs. I kind of agree with that.
It would.
I would have watched, but I was glued to Raw last night. Great show, by the way. If you haven't watched it yet, Gator, that's from Seth. No, I did not watch Raw last night. They cheated people out of money with the Raleigh winning by an inch. I mean, come on, man. After they said that there would be a swing off, cheaters. Did that happen? Is that your phone that's going?
No.
What was that?
I don't know.
I was hearing something else. I'm not sure why we're hearing something else going on right now. One of the computers is emitting sound as we speak. Anyway, that's something else entirely. Stoney, the Home Run Derby is really about the experience for your kids. Also, Stoney, kids shouldn't be catching the home runs. He's quoting you from earlier today.
Oh.
Which is interesting, nonetheless. Getting back to the Cal Raleigh thing, he was able to advance because the metrics said that his home run ball, his longest one, went 1 inch further or a couple inches further than Brent Rooker's.
Right.
Because gambling is part of this.
Oh.
And this is what somebody brought up, saying they cheated people out of money with Raleigh winning by an inch. Well, I mean, if their system says it went further, then that's what their system says. But he brings up the fact that they said there would be a swing off, and there was not a swing off. Do you think they should have the recourse to go to whatever service they gamble through?
Right.
And claim foul and say, wait a minute, refund my money. That's not right. They changed the rules on the fly. Or do you just have to go with it?
You can issue a complaint. I have no idea what would happen.
Has that ever happened to you?
No.
Over the years with gambling and sports?
I don't gamble as much as a lot of other people. So no, I've never had that happen to me.
Did you ever feel like you were cheated in any way by something that happened?
No, but I did see yesterday, and I'm just checking his tweet right now, somebody that we know who gambles a lot bet $62 on Junior Caminero to win at plus 1,200. So I wonder if he could be pissed off because Raleigh would have never been into the.
Oh, right, because Raleigh wouldn't have advanced.
Right.
Perhaps.
Get his money back.
Instead, lost $62.
Yeah.
It's an interesting wager.
Interesting human being.
Well, yes, but the wager, a $62 wager is
to pay $806.
I mean, what goes through your head when you're saying, "Oh, I'm gonna like normally it's like a round number. Like, hell, I'll bet $10 and this, $25, $100 and whatever. 62. Okay.
If you can figure out a lot of the stuff that goes on in that person's head, you'd be a much better person.
All right, so the Detroit News came out with a ranking of all 18 Big Ten stadiums based on atmosphere. We will reveal what they revealed and want to get people's opinions on this if they agree or disagree with how the stadiums were ranked. We'll get to that next here on 97.1, The Ticket. All right, you know which dealer I love. It's Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now, why? Well, because they give you the real honest pricing and they give you the best deals around. And I'm talking about no gimmicks, no surprises. It's just straight up amazing offers. And here are their current unbelievable specials. A 2025 Equinox EV for only $999 and just $159 a month. Or if you're more of a truck person, you can get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado 2FL, and that's just $999 down, and it's only $229 a month. That's right, folks. Only $229 for a truck. And here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. Yep, you heard that right. Employee pricing for everybody. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with the Equinox or grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play, or you're looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet at Southfield has you covered. Now, these deals aren't going to last, so head on over to Sarah Chevrolet and see why they're the best. And trust me, you won't find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah difference. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you. Stoney brought this to my attention from the Detroit News earlier today. Angelique had this column which ranks the teams in the Big Ten. There's 18 of them. Based on football stadium atmospheres. It says if you want to get to the nation's largest stadiums, the Big Ten has you covered with the top 3 in terms of capacity with Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio Stadium. Rose Bowl, where UCLA plays its home games, it's the 10th largest, and there are 6 other Big Ten stadiums among the next 15 to round out the top 25. How loud a stadium can get also factors into the atmosphere, and there are plenty of loud stadiums in the conference, including 2 of the latest additions with Washington's Husky Stadium and Oregon's Autzen Stadium. Whether the home team is winning and the matchup can affect the whole atmosphere and level of energy. With that in mind, this is where it gets into what they did with the Detroit News rating the Big Ten stadiums in terms of atmosphere.
Here we go.
So there are some things I find interesting. We'll get to after going through the list.
What's interesting to me, and we'll get to it like in a second, is when I saw who did the list, and I love Angelique. I mean, she's great, but everybody accuses her of being biased or whatever. So I figured that the Big House would be right up there in the top 2 or 3, and it's not. We'll just leave it at that.
So the worst stadium in terms of atmosphere in the Big Ten is Northwestern. Totally understand that, given that it's a tiny stadium. They're rebuilding it. They're going to bring a whole brand new look and feel, which should be amazing. All the artist renderings of the new stadium at Northwestern look incredible. But as far as, what is it, Ryan Field now?
Medicine Field at Martin Stadium.
At Martin Stadium. Yeah, sorry. It's even worse. Because there is no Ryan Field right now anymore. I mean, RF is out in New York, but that's different. Number 17, the stadium at Rutgers. Not surprising. 16, the stadium at Maryland.
Okay, that's a place I've been to. And back when like Boomer Esiason played there, it could be raucous. I've gone there twice since then. And once it was like a Michigan home game.
Yeah, they haven't been terribly competitive at Maryland, and I can totally understand why the atmosphere there sucks. Number 15, Ross-Ade Stadium at Purdue. I've been there once, and it was a miserable day in terms of the rain falling in the second half of the game, and also the fact that Purdue beat the hell out of Michigan State with Drew Brees in that game that I was at when he threw for over 500 yards, including nearly 300 to the wide receiver that he had, with the same damn play over and over and over and over and over and over again. I think the receiver's name was Daniels. Was one of the 2 losses Michigan State had there in the 1999 season. Number 14, this is surprising. The Rose Bowl for UCLA.
That's not surprising at all.
Well, it's surprising in that when you hear Rose Bowl, you think of the great pageantry of the Rose Bowl because it's an amazing stadium. It's a great, well, I should say it's a great setting.
Yeah.
Stadium itself is nothing special.
It's
the setting where it's at and what it means to play in the Rose Bowl.
It's similar to Michigan Stadium, the way it's a bowl and that type of stuff. But
nobody goes to games.
Nobody goes to games because without traffic, it's like 40 minutes.
It's in Pasadena, and
UCLA's in Westwood.
Campus is not in Pasadena.
No,
so that doesn't seem to make sense. I just think it's interesting for people that, the first thought when I hear Rose Bowl is, because I have great memories of going to the Rose Bowl. It was an incredible great experience. And it was really the game day atmosphere more so than the stadium itself. Number 13, Memorial Stadium at Indiana.
I guess now it probably has some buzz to it because they're good, but I remember watching games, and you have too, on television, where the place is like half empty all the time. I thought that would be worse than 13th, actually.
Well, but look at what's behind it. I can understand, and probably because Indiana is having some resurgence now, they're getting people there, and they've had bigger games there as well.
Yeah, but did you see what Signetti did? They announced today they had a home. Not that this team's great. They had a home and a home with Virginia. They're paying Virginia like $500,000 to get out of it, and they're scheduling like Austin P and 2 others nondescript schools instead.
Well, to try to get the win total up, I guess, or ease up their schedule. I don't know. Well, there might be something else behind the scenes you don't know, but on the surface, it doesn't look good. Number 12, Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, which is where USC plays. I've been there, not for a football game. I was there for a mixed martial arts event.
Was that the Johnny Morton one?
I was there.
Wow.
And
He's a USC player.
Right, that's true. It's the only time I've been at that Coliseum, and it's terrible.
I covered a Lions-Raiders game there in either 86 or 87, and place was like half empty.
Yeah, it's just it's huge, and yet when you hear what the capacity is, I'm surprised that's it. It looks like it should seat like 120,000 people,
Right.
and it's like 80 or something.
When USC is really good, though, that place rocks. It seems on television.
It does seem, and it feels like USC is the one football team that people in California can get behind.
Yes, more than USC.
I should say people in Los Angeles.
More
can get
than the
behind.
Rams, more than the Chargers.
Well, they don't care at all about those teams. Number 11 in the Big Ten from Atmosphere, it says Spartan Stadium in Michigan State. It says this is amongst the prettiest campuses in the Big Ten, and the tailgating near the stadium can be robust, especially for big games. The sight lines are very good inside the stadium, and while the seating is steep, the view is worth it. Also, and this is very important, having a Melting Moments ice cream sandwich is a must, no matter what the temperature is. So you're hearing all that's a glowing paragraph about Michigan State, but it's number 11 on the list. Now, being a Spartan, I will say my piece on the stadium. From a watching a game standpoint, it's great. It's fantastic. From everything they say there, the sight lines are great. Even though it's steep, that's what you want. You want to have the great view. There's not a bad seat there. But if you have to leave your seat to go get something to eat or drink or use the facilities, you're gone forever because the bathroom lines take forever. And that's always been a problem. And they're constantly saying they're going to work on it. And I hear they're going to work on it or they're working on it.
Well, to put more porta-johns in the concourse.
Do something just to help out with that aspect. But the other thing is the food. People have been complaining about the food sources they have at Spartan Stadium for years. They're changing them this year. They've gone to a new vendor. The new AD has come in, and they're going to do something about that. So we'll see if it improves and how much it does improve. Number 10, Huntington Bank Stadium for Minnesota.
That's a surprise to me, but I've never been there.
I haven't either, and it was also a surprise to me, but it said it isn't the biggest stadium in the Big Ten with a capacity just more than 50,000, but that's part of its charm. And maybe that's exactly why, because you can sell it out. You're not having to over indulge yourself there. It says it opened in 2009, has plenty of modern amenities while giving off an old school feel. Sure, it gets cold in Minneapolis, but having an open air stadium there is part of the fun. Number 9, I can't believe it's this high. Memorial Stadium in Illinois. Been there. Awful, as far as I was concerned. It's in the middle of nowhere, Illinois, flat Illinois. It does absolutely nothing for me. I'm stunned it's at number 9. Number 8, Camp Randall.
I've never been.
Wisconsin.
I hear it's great.
I've been there. It is great. That crowd loves it, and it's probably one of the most raucous places I've ever been to watch a game. And I'm stunned it's only at number 8. Number 7, Kinnick Stadium in Iowa. Again, probably similar because everybody that goes there are diehard Iowa fans. They come out in droves, and what they do at the end of the third quarter, the whole salute to the hospital there, is awesome. It's a great part of it. Number 6, Michigan Stadium. So outside the top 5, it's interesting. It says before 2010, when the Big House added luxury suites, this was not the noisiest of stadiums. Now, with the big brick structures, it looks more imposing and holds the noise far better. A maze-out night game is a sight to behold, especially when the Killers Mr. Brightside plays in the third quarter. Not being a Michigan fan, I will defer. I will say this, though. The tailgating atmosphere there is great.
Spectacular.
Sitting and watching a game in there, not the greatest experience. Not because I'm a Spartan, just because you're crammed in the stadium. It wasn't, until they made some changes, it really wasn't that loud. It was interesting how quiet the place could be to have, reported 110,000 people there. But are you surprised it's at number 6?
I kind of am, but I'm happy that it's not a biased take.
So the top 5 gets really, really interesting. And because you now know that Michigan's not part of the top 5, the teams that are in the top 5, I find it really interesting. And we're going to get to that next here on 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so we're going through this list. It's from the Detroit News, and the list is ranking the 18 teams in the Big Ten by their football stadium atmosphere. And as we've gone through this list to this point, Michigan State was at number 11, and Michigan is at number 6, which leaves a top 5. And I think it's really interesting who is in the top 5. Number 5, Stoney.
Yes.
Autzen Stadium, Oregon. So just got to the Big Ten, and here they rank that stadium as a top 5 atmosphere in Big Ten football. I've been to Autzen Stadium once, and it was in 1998. Achilles Smith was the quarterback.
Oh.
They beat up on the Spartans in that game. I couldn't believe how hot it was out there in Oregon, in Eugene, and they were watering down the field prior to because it's a artificial surface. They had the big fire hose out there watering it down to try to cool down the temperature, and it just dried up quickly. Like it was no longer wet.
Now, don't they? That's the one that has the crowned field, though, right?
Well, all fields have a crown field.
No, I know, but remember
yes,
Michigan made a
for-
big excuse about that when they
Right.
lost to them
That was
one
a
year.
crown field.
Yeah, crown field.
Yes, like everywhere for drainage. But it's. I didn't find it to be anything crazy, and yet maybe that's because at that point Oregon was just it kind of had up and down years, and that was
before
an up year.
Joey.
Yeah, that was before Joey. Like I said, it was Achilles Smith, and then Joey Harrington was the next quarterback to take off there. But obviously things have changed now where Oregon's a perennial powerhouse now, and I imagine that place is crazy to be part of. Number 4, another newcomer, Husky Stadium in Washington. One I have not been to, one I would love to go see, right there on the waterfront.
Rico went.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Doug has been there a couple of times, and I think once just to visit, and the other time was with Michigan's broadcast.
I was on their campus. I drove past the stadium. It just looks so cool with the water. And
Totally. Right there, and it says the setting is spectacular. There are views of Lake Washington and the Cascade Mountains, and you don't have to strain to see Mount Rainier on a clear day. The stadium's design with overhanging roofs and steep seating amplify the crowd noise. This place is loud, and in 1992 set a record of 133.6 decibels. It had some good teams back in the early 90s.
Steve Entman days.
Steve Entman.
Mark Brunell.
Yep. They had they had a wide receiver who was outstanding. Mario Bailey and others. Really good team back then. Number 3.
Napoleon Kaufman.
Well, way back when, yeah. Memorial Stadium in Nebraska. Another place I have not been, but I've heard nothing but amazing things about going to games at Nebraska, that the crowd is the greatest crowd ever because they're incredibly friendly to visiting folks, and very accommodating, and they really get behind Big Red out there. I'd like to see a game there. Have you ever been out
No.
there?
I've
never
been on
to
their
the
campus, but in the summertime.
You've been to Nebraska?
On the summertime, yeah. It was the summer where I went to UCLA. We drove cross country, and one of our stops was Lincoln to sleep.
Fair enough. I've never been in the great state of Nebraska. Number 2, Ohio Stadium, Ohio State.
Never been there either.
Been there when it was more of a horseshoe than it is now. It's an actual stadium. They've enclosed everything. I was there in 1998 when Michigan State upset Ohio State, and that they were 26-point underdogs, whatever it was. A phenomenal game. The crowd is intense. That stadium is intimidating, and I can totally understand and the way the crowd reacts to that team. They hate everybody. And it is a menace to walk into that stadium. I can understand. It says, call it the horseshoe or the shoe. It's an iconic structure shaped like, a horseshoe. And the crowd noise from the rabid Buckeye fans is intense. The Ohio State University Marching Band is one of the nation's best and performs some complicated yet unique formations at halftime. Also, Script, Ohio is not to be missed.
It's funny because I was talking when Texas played at the Big House last year, and I was tailgating, and I always I try to like engage with opposing fans, you know, you having a good time and all that stuff. People from Texas, they say, yeah, this is great. We're having a great time. I said, did you go to Ohio State the last time you were there? Which was, a few years ago. I don't remember exactly what year it was. They said it was everybody said it's the worst experience they've ever had. And it's from Texas.
They're savages.
Yes.
They're savages in Ohio.
Right.
Which leads us to number one.
And they'll be there this year.
Yes. Number one on the list of the best Big Ten stadium atmosphere, Beaver Stadium, Penn State. Says the atmosphere here, particularly during a whiteout game, is energizing and intense. It's an extremely loud stadium when things are going well for Nittany Lions, and there's the lion roar, which I can't stand. The stadium isn't the most beautiful, but it's undergoing $700 million three-phase renovation.
It looks like I don't know what they call it, a metal tinker toy set, an erector set, the way the stadium is, because it's all like aluminum. Look, Penn State's pretty much in the middle of nowhere anyway, but the stadium is in the middle of nowhere. It's like in a field. It does get ridiculously loud there.
Yeah.
I mean, which is really, it's cool. So yeah, I can see where that's to be the best atmosphere.
I was there once as well. It was a hell of an atmosphere there. It really is. They really get behind the football team there. The crowd is into it. Not mean-spirited like they are in Columbus. The whiteout is fantastic when they get the whiteout going there. When they do the stripe outs as well, when you get when things just contrast each other with the blue stripes, it's awesome. It's great. I can't stand Penn State. Admittedly, I can't stand them, but I can appreciate the atmosphere that it is. Is there anything that surprised you on this list of the 18 Big Ten stadiums in terms of the atmosphere at the stadium itself? Now, this doesn't include tailgating. This is just about the stadium itself, which I was surprised after reading what they had to say about Michigan State. It was pretty effusive in the praise, and yet the ranking has them at 11. And I can understand that the downside of the stadium atmosphere at Michigan State, it's the bathroom lines, it's the food, and that's a bummer part of it. But from watching a game standpoint, I think it's one of the best in the Big Ten to watch.
The only one that surprises me, and like I said, I've never been there, is that Memorial Stadium is ranked ahead of them. I've heard wonderful things about the Minnesota place because of its small. Too. So that didn't really surprise me.
Yeah, I'd like to see a game at Minnesota in the fall. It does look like a cool place, and that fan base is now starting to become more rabid. PJ Fleck has done great things over there. They constantly win games, have winning seasons, and get the bowl games and win their bowl games. He's done a great job since defecting and going over there. But the rest of it, what I found interesting, the most interesting thing, of the top 5, only one of them is an old school Big Ten team.
Right, I was going to say.
It's just Ohio State.
When you started watching Big Ten football, by this list, Ohio State would be 1 and Michigan would be 2.
Yeah. And instead, you've got the interlopers. You've got Penn State, who was the first, and then Nebraska, the second one. And then you've got Oregon and Washington in the mix as well. It's just interesting how that shapes out. I don't have too many complaints about this list. It's just a fun list to do.
Yeah.
And really, it's when you're just talking about the atmosphere of the stadium itself, it's one thing. But I look at game day atmosphere. And the game day atmosphere at either Michigan or Michigan State is great because of the tailgating. The whole bit about hanging out before the games with your friends, having some drinks or firing up something on the grill that you can easily put away afterwards. And there's the difference between being able to tailgate on grass versus just concrete jungles.
So let me ask you this, because you're more measured when it comes to this than Mike. Since they took away MUN from tailgating, it's not as good as it used to be?
It's different. It's definitely different. I mean, you have to look there's certain areas where you can tailgate on grass, and it makes all the difference in the world being able to do that as opposed to just in a parking lot. A parking lot tailgating that's NFL stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And it has its place, but I mean, college, you want to experience the beautiful campus, and at Michigan State, it is one of the most beautiful campuses in the country.
That was the one thing I noticed when it's not a Big Ten school. When my daughter went to Georgia and I went to a football game, because Sanford Stadium is more on campus than any of the others. And the tailgating, most of the tailgating is like in a quad, and everything's on campus, where they had these tables, and the women wear dresses and things like that. It was just a completely different experience than I was used to at the Big Ten.
I really want to experience a tailgate in a game in the SEC. And there are a number of different schools I think that would do a great job of that. I've always wanted to go to LSU and see a game there. I love the field, the striped field every 5 yards with the yard markers, and I've always liked that. I hear Ole Miss is amazing.
Yeah.
Is at the Grove, the experience, all that. And I talked to Mike Valeni about it, and he's like, a great time to tailgate there. And to see a game at Alabama, I want to see one there. I'd like to go to Georgia and see a game between the hedges and all that. Anywhere in the SEC sounds like it'd be a pretty good time.
The Alabama Stadium, it seems to me, just from afar, that it almost looks more like a pro stadium. At least from afar. I don't know.
But again, it's about the whole. For me, it's about the tailgating atmosphere. It's the whole thing. It's not just sitting at the stadium.
Yes.
Which there's a lot of places I'd like to go. And maybe just take a tour of the South one time. And unfortunately, you can only get one game a weekend, maybe two if you're lucky. But that is how it is. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you want to comment on this list. Do you think that Michigan and Michigan State are overrated or underrated when it comes to the stadium atmosphere itself? That's not the tailgate atmosphere. It's the stadium itself. Michigan was rated 6th on this list. Michigan State 11th. I think really after looking at this list, what it tells me is a lot of pretty good stadium atmospheres in the Big Ten. There's some that I think are not good, and they're probably appropriately rated. But by and large, it's a good time to go to a football game, and you have a pretty good sight lines at all these stadiums. 248-539-9797. We want to talk a little bit more, wrap things up about the All-Star game tonight and with the Tigers, what we're looking forward to with the Tigers here in the second half, and we'll get your thoughts as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, folks, got some great news. Now, we know that it's hot out there. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be like maybe in the 90s today. But if your air conditioning is struggling, it may not be so great for you. Well, I got great news. Call the folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to take care of you, just like they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair, a seasonal tune-up, or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. You don't want to wait for a meltdown. You hear something going on with it, call them right now. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or you can visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Well, I'm very much looking forward to the All-Star game tonight, and I would hope that most Tiger fans are. I mean, look, we got 6 All-Stars in this game. 4 of them are starting, which is awesome. You get Torres and Baez and Riley Green in the field with Tarek Skubal on the mound, and then McKinstry and Mize are added to the roster as well.
What time's the red carpet?
I think it's actually at 2:30 when they do that whole thing. You watch that?
No.
You
If I'm home, I will, but I may have.
See the crazy get-ups that the players want to show up with.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch Quarterback on Netflix?
I've watched one episode.
Okay, just one episode so far. It's interesting watching the to see how Joe Burrow's style.
Oh, I know.
Throughout the,
I love they had the
series.
other kid, like the kid who wore the bleach blonde hair when he got his bleached.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
But Joe Burrow is somebody that I think very much would enjoy the red carpet of the
Yes.
of the All-Star game.
Yes, I suggest just to make me happy, stick for the credits because my daughter's name is on the credits.
Oh, I didn't.
Yes.
I had I known that ahead of time.
Yes.
I probably
There's
would've.
a long list of like associate producers. They're called.
Associate producers. It's a nice title of that.
Yeah.
Excellent. So you've only seen one episode, and your daughter was involved with it?
Yeah, we watched one episode the other night. I think she doesn't like. She hasn't even watched the whole thing yet.
What?
No.
How is that possible?
I don't know. That's her. She's in no rush. She'll watch it.
That's it. That's all. Nothing. No. Nope. It's been out for
It's part of it.
over a week now.
I know. She although the cool thing she did, another cool thing she did, I think I can say this. She has no idea if it's been edited because she her job is seasonal, so she left at the end of March. She's going back again in August, but she started working on the NFL, the top 100, and she did one of them, Amon-Ra.
Oh, nice.
So she had to write, edit, and do the whole thing.
Oh, cool. That's
but
very
now
cool.
a lot of times her supervisors will change some of the stuff. So.
Some different editing.
Yes.
Some executive editing.
Yes.
So this is just with NFL films? Mm-hmm. That's cool. That's very cool. What are you looking most forward to tonight with the All-Star game?
The introductions.
Yeah?
That's always my favorite part of the All-Star game.
Line up on either side,
Yeah.
or third base or first base.
Because the Scuba's only going to pitch an inning. I mean, I'd like to see somebody hit a home. Maybe somebody hit 2 home runs, so you have a clear-cut MVP. But other than that, no.
Clear-cut MVP. Because I guess the difference between this one and years past, and as a kid, the Tigers they weren't like voted in, so they weren't typically the starters in the game.
Right.
So you had to wait during the game and as a kid, I was like waiting, and my parents were like, it's time to go to bed. I'm like, I want to watch the game.
Right.
What's this? And I didn't get to see, the late edition, Lance Parrish coming in late in the game or something like that. But now, because they have 4 starters, you get that early.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. And then you still have a couple more to wait on. I don't know if we'll see Casey Mize pitch or not, but I imagine we'd see McKinstry because of his.
Yeah, I should have asked this earlier. Do parents, your kids who are into baseball or into sports, does the All-Star game still mean anything to them? Or doesn't mean anything to them? Obviously, it's a lot different when we were growing up because there was no interleague play. So the only time you ever got the only time I ever got to see the American League was the World Series. If there was the game of the week on NBC, if there was an American League game, or the All-Star game, that was it. It's the only time I got to see.
Or watching This Week in Baseball.
Yeah, but the only time they got to watch a game with like Mickey Mantle was basically the All-Star game. Okay, well, I'm going. I was a kid.
Yes, but your point is valid. Things have obviously, there you go. Things have obviously changed over the years, but I mean, interleague play didn't even come into. When did they start doing that? Like early mid-90s, maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it hasn't been around that, and then even then, it was only like a couple weeks worth.
Right
now, there is no delineation between American and National League. There shouldn't be at this point. It's just all baseball because they merged the rules. There's DH everywhere, which I'm thankful for because I think it's better baseball to have the DH. But the old guard is still going to hold. The pitcher should hit and all that.
Damn right we are.
Well, you go ahead and hang on to that.
That's right. Well, you said old guard. So
Yes.
I fit that category, especially when you're a National League person.
Yes, which you are an National League person, or were, or still are to a point, I guess. Although for you, it's got to be a little tougher though, because everything has changed, and now you're a Tiger fan.
Right. Well, in 2 weeks, I think 2 weekends, the Tigers play the Phillies in Philly. I hope the Tigers win, but yeah, if the Phillies get to the World Series and the Tigers don't, like a few years ago, I want the Phillies obviously to win.
Well, it's easy, but that's an easy route.
Yeah,
for you.
because it's easier in baseball than the other sports because there's an American League. You get an American League team, you get a National League team.
Right. Well, plus it's also easier once if the Detroit team's out, it's really easy. For
Yes.
you, but if they're still competitive, it's a whole different ball game. Who do you suspect is of the Tigers? Which one do you think is going to get the most recognition when all is said and done tonight?
Skubal.
You think so?
Unless Green hits 2 home runs if he even gets up twice. I don't know. I hope he gets up twice.
I hope he does too. I mean, he's hitting third, so I imagine that he's got an opportunity to get to it back.
Right, you would think, but who knows?
But the All-Star game sometimes you just go by in a whirl.
That's what I don't like about this All-Star games in the past decade or 15 years is that the rosters are expanded so much that at least you used to get pitchers to pitch the starters used to pitch 3 innings. It was great. You got to see these guys.
And now it kind of changes. Yeah, I don't expect that we're going to would Skubal pitch 2?
I don't think so. And now I'm at the point where I agree. So I'm sitting there, no, I don't want you to pitch 2.
Yeah.
Less chance of you getting hurt.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Although he's
right
not
now,
pitching against till Sunday on national TV.
Oh, look out.
Texas Rangers.
It's nice. And they'll be on the road for that. Which very much looking forward to that because it's a Skubal start gets lots of recognition. But yeah, I would imagine that I think Javi's going to get talked a lot about tonight because starting at 3 different positions,
yes,
ties the record. And that he's had this great comeback story of this year. Now, would he be an all-star if the Tiger fans didn't go crazy and get him in through phase 1?
No, he wouldn't.
Probably not. He's had a nice season.
Right. Nice. Not
but
an
it's
all-star
not
season.
necessarily all-star season.
Right.
But it's a great story for baseball that he has had this comeback. And I'm looking forward to seeing. But Riley Green is the one, I think you're right, probably has the opportunity to do the most. He's hitting towards the top. I mean, Gleyber Torres, he's a Tiger now, but it just totally feels like it's a one-and-done season with the Tigers, right? Mm-hmm. Like I don't anticipate that they're going to give him a 5-year deal at $25 million a season, not when they have so many guys in the system that are ready, middle infielders that are ready to come up or want to come up. Like you don't need to. Let's spend the money elsewhere. Like I don't know, Skubal, give it to him and give him twice that and have him stick around for a while here. But we shall see. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys. And I don't know. I think McKinstry gets a chance to play. Just is it because his versatility? Is that guarantee that he's going to play? He'll be in the later innings. He's starting in the 7th inning. Here comes Zach McKinstry, and then he'll end up playing like 2 or 3 different positions because of the position versatility where he can play anywhere in the outfield, he can play anywhere in the infield.
By the way, I want to, you in particular, because you speak to him, congratulations to the new father, Jared Goff. He and his wife, Kristen, have welcomed the birth of baby girl, Romy Isabel.
Nice.
Romy Isabel Goff.
Congratulations to Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of that. I'm like, when are they going to have the child?
Right before camp.
Right.
There's a team player, baby.
Yeah.
Team player.
Chris Spillman is proud.
Yeah.
So does he get paternity leave?
Can you imagine?
Can he miss out on training camp? Hey guys, I just had the kid, so I mean I missed 2 weeks or so, at least, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, you're not playing in the preseason.
I got the playbook.
You'll figure it out. You got it. Although we'll see how different the playbook looks.
Yeah.
Without question. Well, that's great. That's awesome to hear. Mm-hmm. Hopefully everybody's happy and healthy. Mm-hmm. So it's nice that they've announced that to the world.
Yes, indeed.
Great to hear. Rico and Mike are coming up next. No doubt you guys are going to spend all time talking about the Tigers. Kidding. But I am curious what you are going to talk about. Did you watch the Derby last night? Were you intrigued by it?
No.
Oh, that was a quick no.
I saw the highlight. It goes too long, and it's a bunch of people. Cal Raleigh is the only guy I wanted to see. Other than that, didn't care.
Wow.
It's gone the way of the slam dunk contest where it used to be names in there.
I think it's different.
As I told Gator, part of the reasons I watched so much was because my daughter wanted to watch it, so we watched it.
Right. So Stoney had the kid. Like, no. Like, I can fake it and be like, I care about the Gator. Come on.
I guess my point is this. I did not expect to enjoy it last night because I like you, over the years, have just same old, right? But I watched it last night, and I found it interesting. I did. And I think in large part it was because the younger players are involved in this. O'Neal Cruz and most of these guys are like 23, 22 years old.
And they look like they actually cared.
Yeah. The prize, if you won the whole thing, was $1 million to these guys who were making less than $1 million in a season. It meant something. And I hit a home run 513 feet.
I get it. But once again, like I said, I equate it to the slam dunk. And it's a bunch of guys who, hey, if you're in the G League and you need this money, and it's like, yes, you're trying hard. I tried. Like I said, after the first couple home runs, it's
players.
like
These are legit players, though.
I know, but yeah, it's just.
So what's coming up on the show?
We're gonna break down each home run. No, actually, we're not. We're actually gonna have a preview of the Stony and Wojo Invitational Tournament, which will be tomorrow.
Okay,
from 2 to 6. For listeners out there, we'll have a couple of play-in games to make the tournament for tomorrow, so you could be the lucky person in the play-in. Plus, we're going to rank the NFL quarterbacks to see where Jared Goff fits in.
Sounds good. Coming up next, Stoney, thanks for working the last couple of days.
Yes, absolutely.
Everybody stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome one and all on a Tuesday. Oh, we have a lot to do. Don't let anyone tell you, oh, it's the slowest week of the year. Sure, if you're lazy. We got lots of good stuff. And to my right, and I don't know if you guys are watching or not, Mike Stone is just pounding whatever's in that Maurice Claret edition water bottle.
Water. How about that?
Just making
water.
Sure, just making sure you weren't getting your goose on. Mike Stone is
that's tomorrow.
Sitting with us for a moment because tomorrow, what year of this is it? 6, 7?
I think it's 5.
5?
I think. I don't know.
Whatever. The Stony Wojo Invitational is tomorrow. It is the real midsummer classic. For those of you that are familiar, bear with me. If you're not, you're new to it. Very simple. The godfather of sports radio is sitting to my right. Bob is sitting where he normally sits, anywhere but work. Stony and Wojo, the most iconic show in the history of the city, and we reunite them every summer because drops were their jam. But this is with a twist this year. So we wanted to have you for one segment.
Mm-hmm.
Intro the new twist, reveal one seeds, you're looking at the bracket for the first time. I have not seen it yet. I like to just walk in the day of and enjoy. Oh, Rico has his business glasses on. You're smiling. You're looking at it?
I am looking at it, yes.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. I don't think this is the right bracket.
Okay.
It is not the right bracket. Kenny was premature and gave you a wrong bracket.
You can just stop right there.
Okay. I swear this never happens, guys.
Okay. How many times you use that line?
I swear it never happens.
I have what's right in front of me.
Okay.
All right. Everybody calm down.
So I will tell you the name of the regions. We have 4 regions.
But
one of those names is different, though, Stoney.
Okay. All right. Then
okay. All right. But bottom line, there's a twist before we do the region.
Yes.
So Stoney was working with me. Rico's having a rap concert. Stoney was working with me one day. And you played audio off your phone. And I go, how the hell do you have that? So Mike found a treasure trove of the prime era Stoney and Wojo show drops.
Yes.
The classic.
Some random listener, emailed it, and I got it. And there's other stuff from that other station besides us, but we're only using our stuff.
But what I said to you was, wait a minute. That needs to be its own region.
Yes.
So what we wanted to do was this. There is a legacy of Stoney and Wojo. There's a legacy of every iteration of the show I've been a part of. We're going to have the 2 legacy brackets. Then the way we normally do it, you'll have 2 regions from the nonsense we do every day. Something new, something old, and a true battle royale. So now, do you want the names of the regions?
Yes, but I don't know all of them.
David would have to. David is going to have to reveal them.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
That is not a name. That is not a name for the region. The very first region, I'm going to keep it simple. It is the Stoney and Wojo Legends region, and the number 1 seed for that one is
Kid Rock, Palace, Pistons win a title, 04.
Yes.
Do I have that correct?
Yes, talking to me in the locker room.
Oh, God. How many Bud Lights deep were you? Come on, let's talk about
Not me. I was working.
Oh.
He was out of it.
Statute of limitations is up, Stoney. You can tell us what you had.
Yeah.
No, I probably drank after the locker room.
Probably?
Yes, I did.
Stoney, you had a permanent beer can tattooed from the Palace days. Come on. I saw it in action.
Yes,
All right.
doing beers in Dumar's office with the late but great Matt Dobek after every game.
Please. All right. Region number 2.
Region number 2 is the Mike and Rico Legends bracket, and that number 1 seed is
Rod Allen's classic.
Yeah.
How a home run in Minnesota went horribly wrong.
Right. David, I just hope that the one region I hope is still named the same that I see on this sheet.
Let's go to the 3rd region.
I will give you the 3rd region, which is the White Better region.
Okay.
Number 1 seed.
It's a comment about NC State's football helmets. This has really gone far enough.
Okay.
And what's the 4th region?
And the final region is the Very Fast region. Number 1 seed.
Yes.
Oh, dear God.
That's my God. Am I allowed to have favorites in this?
A little inside the office stuff when the preliminary regions and brackets were sent to me. That was a 7 seed, and I typed the selection committee back. I said, no, very fast has to be like a top 2.
So to be clear, your hands are all over this tournament this year. You have stepped in on rankings errors.
Just a little bit.
Okay, well, this is
Very
your
little.
final.
Well,
how about this? This is your final
said.
chance to alter things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Dave.
Yeah, this is what he said. He basically said that we screwed it up last year. Seeding was bad.
Okay.
This is what you're doing this year. Listen to me.
Okay.
No, that's embellishing.
That's what we do.
And David, that's in the white better region.
Okay, you're really having way too much fun with this. But here's my question. Do you have, as you're looking, now Stoney's looking through the entire bracket for the first time. Do you have any seedings you want to call out now? We're going to fix them. Because
Well, this isn't the right bracket.
No, I don't have the right
why
bracket.
was the man handed a completely wrong bracket, just so I understand?
I have no idea. Kenny came in here and said, I handed him something. I didn't see you. No. I can copy this and hand it to you. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, because what I want is Stoney to correct anything right now, because tomorrow when we hit the air, it takes all 4 hours to do this. It takes a village. So tomorrow, 2:00, if you've experienced the Stoney Mojo Invitational, you know what you're getting. If you haven't, it's a great day to tune in. It's fun.
Exactly. We're going to have fun.
That's it. And I know you'll be betting doubles at Saratoga, and it's going to be an exciting
Beautiful.
afternoon.
That's
All right,
right.
we'll have fun. Kenny's addicted, so it's
Let's go.
there it is. Question for you.
Yeah.
1 seeds. What do you think the number 1 overall seed is?
I think second deck, actually.
The Rod Allen
You know what,
Classic.
Stoney? We're right there because I was thinking the same thing. Like probably second deck.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
It's been off the board for a bit.
I mean, I would dispute the number 1 seed in the Stoney and Wojo Legends. I think that's seated too high.
Well,
but
okay,
that's
time out.
irrelevant.
Right here,
Well,
right now.
we played it. We can't change it.
Yes,
You can change it.
yes, we can. That's why you're here.
This is the soft opening.
Okay.
Mike, it's your legacy bracket.
Okay,
What should the number 1 overall Stoney and Wojo legacy drop be?
Let me guess. It's the number 2 seed.
Yeah, because that's been with me.
You know what? I've worked with this man too many times.
Right. I just didn't want it to be
People
about.
don't- but see, people don't realize it. People don't realize.
Right.
Because you were at the old shop too.
Right. I don't want this to be about me, but
That's the number 1 seed.
that should be the number 1 seed. I think in that region.
All right, do you want that to be the number 1? We'll make the change right now.
I think we should make the change. Yeah,
David.
that's better than Bloody Mary. Yes.
David's
walking in right now.
All right, David, you're bringing this in. Listen, he's demanding.
Oh man, I just saw one in the Legends tonight.
Hold on, David. How about David just walking away? David,
Boof.
Yeah, he's making a change. He wants the number 1 overall in the Stoney and Wojo legacy to not be Kid Rock. He wants it to be where he slept with his sister.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
We're going to make that change today. Anything else in your legacy region? Because, David, I'm not going to have any crying tomorrow, any complaining, and no slander of the amount of hard work you and Kenny put in.
Damn
on
right.
this. So
I agree.
He's combing it right now. Anything?
Hold on.
Well, you're giggling. That
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
help.
okay. I would flip flop 8 and 3
In that region.
in that region.
In your
I'm
region,
only
okay.
talking. I'm only going to deal with my region.
Okay.
8 and 3 are what? In
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be. I mean,
But I thought, okay, but I like. Okay.
Hold on. Play number. What's the 8 seed?
That's the 8 seed? Is
What's
Doggy
3?
Style.
Can you say it?
Kenny?
Non-foe. Listen, those 2 changes, though.
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
I
David,
think so.
switch to 1
I
seed.
can make that.
Yeah.
Okay, Kenny, step away from the button. All right. Tomorrow.
Non-foe.
Fun. I'm having fun.
Tomorrow, 2:00.
I hadn't heard that one in so long.
Where is your Tommy Lee one? That's the one for me. But my opinion means nothing.
Tommy Lee. Where the heck is that one?
That is the classic. If it's not in the tournament, we're not doing the tournament.
It's got to be here.
David is lovingly standing over Mike's shoulder. Hold on. Guys.
I know you had it.
Guys, you're killing me.
I don't see it. What the heck?
So, as we're looking here, since it's radio, and
This is important. David.
No, here it is. I think it's this one.
Okay. What is it? What
I think
number?
it's labeled this.
Yes,
9.
yes.
The 9th?
The 9 seed.
Yes.
Kenny, do you have the 9th?
Never heard that before.
See, Kenny, this predates Kenny.
I know.
Kenny's memory doesn't exist before 2010.
Right. I
So
know.
this is, but that was the old pyramid.
The old
right?
pyramid.
Okay.
The old $20,000 pyramid
Okay.
game.
That's incredible.
How is that a 9? That's tremendous. What's the 8 seed?
9-4 now.
9-4.
Okay. Oh no, my drop's not going to get out of the first round.
Right. That's why I liked it at 3, but you
Okay,
know what?
we'll leave it alone.
It's not for me.
Or we could still do some massaging.
So here's what we're going to do. We have play-in games this year, correct?
Yes.
All right. We are going to do the play-in games today later in the show, and we will do a more substantive reveal. I just wanted you to have a look at it before you left today, make sure you were happy with it. And then here's the deal. Tomorrow, you guys know the rule. It's not disrespect. Just call the show prior before they're off the air and ask to get on hold. I just highly doubt you'll have full lines at 1:45. Call in, get in, and get ready to rock.
And there'll always be one line open for the Doughboy.
I really hope not. I really hope not.
To the Doughboy, we're doing this tournament Thursday.
No.
No, it's just worth it. Forget Mike's reaction to the Doughboy. That's worth the entire tournament.
It's nightmare fuel.
You love it, though.
That's a real person. All right, tomorrow at 2, it goes down. It'll be the only time this year Wojo works 4 hours. Think about it. It's a special occasion. Mike, you need to text me later when you've decided on what you want catered.
Okay.
I will have a full spread. And I know if you pick something certain, you're going to get your very own personal pizza because you ain't sharing with nobody. I'll get it.
Let us know so I can at least do.
Okay.
I'll do my part.
I'm doing my part. Tomorrow at 2:00. Text me
It's
later.
a paid vacation day for Rico.
I didn't do. All right.
You know what? I'm just here
That's right.
for the best seat in the house.
Yes.
We'll have a good time with it. We'll see you tomorrow at 2.
Yes,
okay?
indeed. Yep.
All right. We will get to business. We have a quarterback symposium to operate. ESPN spent all day bickering about the top 10 with front office executives, coaches, scouts. We need to have our say. And it starts with our man, Jared Goff, and whether he even makes the list. I will explain. We're going to talk criteria. Let's rock and roll. Okay. Rico Beard.
Jared Goff. All right, sports fans, listen up. Is your internet performance on a losing streak? Drop connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays? Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment. Whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or downloading the latest highlights, Xfinity Internet means no timeouts. Do more of what you love faster than a touchdown dash. It is booming. And if you're an Xfinity mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of internet and mobile together. So you got that victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity internet and mobile and supercharge your phone and Wi-Fi power boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and a secure game-ready network on the go. Ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi, it's booming.
Can't wait for tomorrow.
Man, tomorrow's going to be fire.
It'll be a blast.
Looking at some of these, I almost want, if I get the real list, I almost want to do some odds of the drop that I think will win.
I'll take side bets tomorrow. Okay. I'm happy to do that. Let's get into our quarterback symposium. So we've got a couple of things planned for you this week. We are going to do the rivalry summit later in the week. But ESPN, part of their kind of off-season car wash, they spent the whole day yesterday, every television show they had, bickering about quarterback rankings. So I figured what better day for us to step in than now. Because in this city, I think you have a polarizing quarterback, both within the fan base, right? Some people chanting his name at a grocery store. Other people are in their constant pursuit of replacing him with Hendon Hooker. They had executives, coaches, and scouts rank the top 10 quarterbacks. So here's what I wanted to do before we even start naming QBs, getting your submissions, arguing about things, etc. Rico, I wanted to establish the ground rules.
Okay.
And I want to see what you agree with and what you don't. And this will give people a guide, because I think rankings are only as good if you know what exactly you're ranking.
Making it more apples to apples.
Yes. So I have 3 criteria. And you tell me if you buy, and David, Kenny, please participate, whether you buy one of them, 2 of them, all of them, or none of them.
Okay.
Your prerogative. We're going to hash this out.
Okay.
1, how much of the player's ranking or greatness or ability to be on this list is their ability versus their supporting cast? Example, Nick Sirianni got angry yesterday because the conversation was about how the Eagles carried Jalen Hurts to a Super Bowl. He found it to be ridiculous. I think it's debatable. How much is you, the player, do you elevate what's around you more than what's around you elevating you? Correct. It's never mutually exclusive. Every quarterback who's going to be in the top 10 is going to have a good supporting cast. Fair?
Yes.
So it's about 51%, 49%.
So are they winning with you, or are they winning because of you?
There you go.
Gotcha.
2, ask yourself the question when we begin ranking them, because there will come a point in the list where you will say no to this. Can I win a Super Bowl with them? Not playoff games, not divisional championships, not an appearance. Can I win a Super Bowl with this player?
Okay.
3, to be in the top 10, I think it's mandatory. You outweigh your supporting cast. Now, if we get to a point where you believe none of the quarterbacks are better than the cast, at that point you begin ranking the rest. There will be best and rest.
So outweighing your supporting cast, meaning you're better than everybody else.
That what you said. They're winning more because of you than with you. If that balance of justice tilts, that the cast elevates the quarterback more than the quarterback elevates the cast, that immediately has to go beneath the quarterbacks, who are the inverse.
Okay.
That's how I see it. I want your thoughts, David's and Kenny's, because before we get willy-nilly, let's have the conversation. Before I give you what ESPN, according to the executives, I think it's important to have our conversation and our process. Okay. And it's fun. Like, this isn't like, we're not curing cancer here. What do you make of those 3 before I get to David and Kenny?
I like the 3. The third one's going to be a little bit difficult because the quarterback, I think everybody's going to be outweighed by their supporting cast, because if you're the main source of offense, you're probably you're Caleb Williams. You're on a bad team because you don't have anything around you.
All right, ask yourself this question. Here's case in point. Josh Allen. They win, and Josh Allen makes his cast better.
Okay.
The cast doesn't make him better. That's how I see it. Josh Allen has that check mark. Lamar Jackson, for all of my slander, Lamar greater than pieces. Just not in the playoffs. Okay. Versus a guy like Goff. I hate to tell you, supporting cast outweighs him. So look,
I would add big playability. Like, can this quarterback give you that big play, whether it's 3rd and 20 or it's, you're in that final 30 seconds of a game.
We're going to call it BPA, big playability.
Yeah.
How about this? The ability to break a defense.
Yes.
The invaluable trait that on a 3rd and 8, when the play seems dead and you're under duress, like Patrick Mahomes is the king of escapability.
Mm-hmm.
He don't look fast. He don't even run fast, but he's fast enough to get where he's got to go.
Right.
And
first down,
he has big playability.
Yeah.
Okay. So that'll be the 4th criteria. David, Kenny, what's your view on this?
Well, I like the first 3. I am glad you added the big playability, Rico, because I was also thinking of that. The quarterback that can, we talked about it yesterday. Michael Vick making that play, running all the way down the field to win that game in overtime. Big playability factors in the quarterback to me. Can you make that play? And I love your addition to that. Everything else makes total sense to me.
So you're in on this. Kenny?
I'm all in.
Do you like this criteria?
I like the criteria. My only question is, do we have an option for a nothing? Like, I look at a quarterback like Dak Prescott, and I'm thinking to myself, he's not a particularly good quarterback in my eyes. He doesn't have a particularly good surrounding cast, so nothing.
Well, he wouldn't be on the list.
Right. I guess I'm looking at quarterbacks that wouldn't fit the criteria.
I was about to say,
I'm trying to narrow down this criteria. Otherwise, I think this criteria is perfect.
Or if you want to do a 5th, and if you could do the 1-for-1 trade and trade your quarterback for this quarterback, would you take that trade?
Wow. I do think when we rank, we're going to have to get into that.
So I think, but you know what? That is going to be probably part of the thing. But that. Forget the salary cap, forget the money. If you could just do a straight up, you can have this guy, we'll take your guy.
And I think when you're doing this, it's not about starting a franchise. It's not about, well, Caleb's on a rookie deal and this guy makes $55 million. No. We're talking about.
I'm glad you said that.
We're talking about right now, David. Yeah. I got to win a game week 1. Who's on that list? And look, we're going to find our top 10. And I think, look, at least the way I've looked at this topic, I think there's going to be some hard decisions that have to get made, and the listener is going to play a huge role in that. Because, look, by the criteria I've set up, I don't see a world where Jared Goff could be higher than 8 or 9, if he's on the list at all. Right. But I think it's important because the true greatness of a quarterback, I have always believed, when you looked at Tom Brady made that supporting cast better. He's out there with David Patton. Peyton Manning, for all the slander he took, he had Blair White, the dentist, Jacob Tammy. Now again, he did have some good players. Let's not get it twisted. But they were able to elevate what's around them.
No. Oh.
More than what's around them elevated them. So that has always mattered to me. So what I want to do is this. We'll throw the phone number out. We're going to get to business. We're going to start naming some quarterbacks in this top 10. What I want to do is in real time, guys, your feedback. You like or don't like what you're hearing. You have a name that you demand is on this list. We need to figure out if Goff is going to make our list. 248-539-9797. So we can get into that next. 97.1. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa in downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, our summer quarterback symposium is on. We are going to find the top 10, not as anyone else sees it, as we see it. ESPN bickered all day on every show, including SportsCenter, about the top 10. I have comments about every quarterback from executives, coaches, scouts. I will use those as information when we begin adding to the list. So here's where I want to start the list. I don't even want to get to the part where we're ranking them yet. Who are the quarterbacks that are undoubtedly going to make this list? Right? The irrefutable, MVP caliber, elite of the elite quarterbacks. Now, how many of those is what the debate point will be. So, for instance, if I... Kind of like those letters in Jeopardy. We're just going to go ahead and give you those. Like if I say to you, okay, we know Patrick Mahomes will be on that list. Fair? Now, what I'm going to tell you is I'm going to fight later in the show. I don't think he should be that high on the top 10. Because the last 2 years...
Oh, there we go.
The last 2 years, he hasn't finished in the top 5 at QBR. He's barely been in the top 10. We're going to deal with reality.
Okay.
You know, not what makes you feel all tingly.
Okay.
But Mahomes is on that list.
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Josh Allen?
Yes.
Okay. Another no-doubter. All right, go ahead. Give me one.
Lamar.
Begrudgingly. No, I know that. I know he's in the top 10. I know that. David, give me an undoubtable.
Joe Burrow.
All right, Burrow's on that list. I don't think there's any argument. If you guys disagree in Listenerland, or you think we've missed an undoubtable, dial it. Kenny, give me an undoubtable. No argument to be made that they wouldn't be top 10.
Give me, I mean, at this point, you basically said all the undoubtable. I'd say Matthew Stafford's still in there for me.
See, I think you could make an argument he's not.
You could make an argument.
Well,
I still think
okay,
he is, though.
so you're
But hold
saying people who you just, there's no argument.
That's the undoubtable.
The undoubtable.
What if there's only 4? What if the only undoubtable players, the ones that would be on every single top 10 on the planet, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow?
So going back to the list, remember when we did the NFL execs list of quarterbacks? So the number 5 one, because you guys said top 4, the number 5 one is Jaden Daniels. His lowest ranking by execs was 10. So once you get past 4, it gets tough.
I have a problem with Daniels being on the list. I'll fight to have him off of the top 10. 1 year does not get you on this list. That's my personal view.
I'm going to put one on the list, and you can tell me if he deserves to be on there, but he now is Jalen Hurts. He went out there, won the Super Bowl. How did he win the Super Bowl? They took away Saquon Barkley for the game and said, Jalen, you have to beat us. And what did Jalen do? He went out there and beat him.
But one of the categories is winning a Super Bowl with them. I can't, after year 1, have that determination yet.
But that's Jaden Daniels. He's talking Jalen Hurts.
I'm talking Jalen Hurts.
Also, Justin Herbert on this execs list, lowest ranking is unranked. So after you get past the top 4,
that's what I'm saying.
It's really tough.
I think establishing that the top 4 are these 4 players and no one. Now, again.
See, I would put Hurts in as 5.
All right, so stop. Here's our first debate point. Is Jalen Hurts a no-doubter top 10 QB that under no circumstances he would miss this list? I'll leave it to the ticket texters and the people. This is why we're doing the symposium. Long form, football, not what's your favorite roller coaster. We're talking through it on a summer afternoon. Now, Jalen Hurts, let me do this for fun, okay? Jalen Hurts on the ESPN list is number 9. Highest ranking is 6. Lowest ranking is unranked. Here's what they wrote, okay? Do what you want with it. Hurts' status is cemented. He's a Super Bowl winner who plays big in big moments. He's the most potent short yardage QB in history. His streak of 4 consecutive seasons with 10 or more rushing TDs, league's longest ever. He's also one of the game's most accurate passers, ranking first in completion rate, over expected, plus 6.6%. Throws a beautiful deep ball. Touchdown pass to Devontae Smith in the Super Bowl was a work of art. He had a better year running the ball, and the way he played down the stretch when he was healthy was impressive, said an AFC executive who had him in the top 5. better throwing the ball in general this year, and cut out turnovers. When asked to be a high-volume thrower in 2023, he had 538 attempts. He struggled taking care of the ball, resulted in 15 picks. To his credit, he cut the number down to 5 in 2024, but on almost 200 less attempts. The question isn't whether he belongs in the top 10. He does. It's whether he has the ability from the pocket to vault into the top 5, as his Super Bowl pedigree would suggest he can. More than a few voters see shades of Russell Wilson's career arc. He has many traits that contribute to winning at a high level, but he needs a steady running game around him and wouldn't necessarily thrive in a pass-heavy system.
No.
Does that change your perspective at all?
No, it doesn't. And you know what? I would have agreed with this person, but the Super Bowl was him, because Saquon, they basically said he's not going to get anything. We're going to stop him. They tackle him in the backfield. Every play that went for him went for 0 to no yards whatsoever. But Jalen Hurts just went out there and made the plays, made the passes, made the runs. He did everything, and he won the game. No doubt in my eyes, he grew up that day, and I saw him as a different quarterback after that Super Bowl.
All right, people, here's what we got to do. This will be our first inflection point. We can get a football today. Ticket texters, next 15 minutes. Calls, that's fine. Does Jalen Hurts belong in the undoubtable top 5? I say no. Rico says yes. I read you some stats, different things. Rico's right. Super Bowl was his virtuoso performance. It was his opus. The problem is it's one game.
But it's a heck of a game.
Exactly.
Very big game.
A lot of games.
Very good game.
But he has the best running game in the sport and the best O-line in the sport and the best receiving duo arguably in the sport. It matters. Does he outweigh it? Rico's mind, it does. I'm not poisoning the jury. You guys make the vote, and now, with a top 4+1, we can truly begin the work of the symposium, and we will get to the ranking. I'm trying to get what quarterbacks even get to sit at the table.
I got you.
Then we have some fun.
Then we get the seating arrangements.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 and ticket text your Jalen Hurts opinion. It's important, and that's where we'll level set. David, a couple of ticket texts right now, please.
Jalen Hurts was the best player in both Super Bowls he played in, would have won the MVP if they had won the first Super Bowl against the Chiefs. That is from Jay.
That's true.
Okay, so that's one yes. Go ahead.
Give me Hurts over Burrow all day, every day.
2 yeses.
No to Hurts, someone says.
1 no.
Jalen Hurts belongs in the top 10 undoubtedly.
Didn't say top 10, said top 5. Very big difference. Hurts is absolutely in the top 10. I would never fight Rico on that. But when you want to join the class of Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, that is a grouping that no ranking would ever have them outside of the top 10. Do you know where the executives have Jalen Hurts? Number 9. That is a discussion point. There's a difference. Go ahead, David.
Hurts belongs for sure. He won the only one game that matters. Someone else says, yes, you're right. Hurts is top 10, but I am not putting him in my top 5.
3-2.
Jalen Hurts, someone says no. That is Gio from Pearl Beach.
3-3.
I really wish they would give us more than just no.
Well, that's
but
what phone calls are for.
I know.
Again, I understand.
But like everybody's saying yes is giving reasons. No.
Everybody, listen, this is what phone calls are for. I know it's hard. A lot of people are not going to call about out-of-town guys. This is football and it's quarterbacks. This is different. Mm-hmm. Everyone's got an opinion on these guys. Share it. David.
In the top 5, someone says yes.
Okay.
Jalen is top 5 for sure.
5.
Hurts no,
4.
not definitive. Top 5.
Okay.
Yes to Jalen. Top 5.
All right, we're just gonna call the election right there.
No. It's 6-4. But you see, this is a debate, and it's excellent.
It is.
And understand, I won't get too hung up. But what I'm trying to do is separate the top 5 guys, put them over to the side.
And as I said before, I would have probably agreed with people, but even the other caller said in the Super Bowl that he lost to the Chiefs. He was the best player in the game. Yeah. They just lost that game. And then last year, they were like, we're going to take away Saquon Barkley. He's the MVP. Oh, we're not going to let him.
And look,
Jalen beat us.
Let me say this. Much like Hurts is guaranteed to be in the top 10, but I don't want him in the top 5. Let me be clear. Mahomes is in the top 10. I won't have him in my top 5. I think his play has slipped. I think you've seen as the cast has eroded, his play is eroded. And the special, a lot of that special's gone. He's in the top 10. I wouldn't have him amongst those other guys. So just so we're clear.
No. I got you. This will be fun. But yeah, I just think that Hurts belonged in that 5, and then there's the fall off.
David, tabulate those. We'll get a football today, and let's line up the callers. 248-539-9797. The curious case of Jared Goff. What does he have to do to get respect? ESPN's got him in the top 10. How high should he be? Should he be there at all? And remember our grading system. So we'll get into it. I will read for you what NFL executives say about Goff. We'll do that at 3 o'clock. 97.1. All right, we've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, count on Northville. They'll have everything you need when you need it. And now's the time to plan it and build that Trex deck and at the absolute best price. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or stop by their brand new showroom at northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, touch table on some football real quick. David, music. All right, what do we have?
So we're talking about quarterbacks here. Let's talk about year 2 players or players that need to maybe step it up in their career. And let's start with a quarterback here going into year 2, Drake May.
Stud. I don't even think it's a step up. I think it's a breakout candidate. I think Drake May is going to announce himself as a star this year. He's got some receivers. He's got a real head coach, Josh McDaniels, who's a legit OC. I love everything about Drake. And if I had the number 1 pick, I would have taken him over Caleb. So I'm all in. I think it's going to be his year.
He is on this list listed as an undervalued player going into his second year here.
Yep.
So
I don't think that'll be the case at year end. But Rico, you tell me. I'm a slap for Drake May.
I'm not that big of a slap for Drake May. I see the potential there, but he's got to earn it. You just don't get it because people say you're going to be good. You had to go out there and make some plays. So I'm going to have a little bit more reservation with him, David. I don't see him like Mike. I see.
So what
him,
do you see him as?
He's okay. What's the criteria, David?
right now he's listed as undervalued on this list here.
Okay. Well, no, because undervalued means he may be overvalued because a lot of people are just saying he's going to be great, and he hasn't done it yet.
He was a rookie last year. You're aware
No.
right?
I understand, Mike. I understand that, but rookie quarterbacks, the dimensions have changed for them because you see a lot of guys who just go out there and get it done. He's got the tools. He just has to do it. Ask me at the end of the season, and I'll be willing to change my mind.
All right, ask him at the end of the year, David. Next.
So this next one, he only had 291 rushing yards last season in 13 games. His name is Trey Benson, running back for the Arizona Cardinals, and he's on this list because James Conner suffered an injury late in the season, so Trey Benson's going to get some opportunities.
Yeah, I'm going to sound like Rico about Drake May. I think when you're a really special running back, you hit the ground running day one. It's not like quarterback. This one, it was murky to me. And he didn't really get in the mix until late. I think he's a wild card. James Conner is still going to be the bell cow, but Trey Benson offers explosiveness that Conner doesn't. So, I mean, undervalued, maybe. Breakout possibility, definitely.
See, I'm going to go with the undervalue because it was late in the year. Maybe he just didn't have the opportunity because of Conner. But, Mike, as you know, with some running backs, it's that one game that you finally get a chance to show what you have, and then you never give the job up. So I'll say undervalue.
And then when you're also dealing with a James Conner who always seems to get injured, more opportunities is going to come your way for Trey Benson. Next on the list as undervalue will be Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, look out.
Debo's traded. Juwan Jennings is asking for a new contract, may hold out.
Yeah, Ayuk won't be there till the middle of the season.
Correct.
So it's really, he's undervalued because, David, it's him. We're going to find out in the first couple of games, can he handle the load along with George Kittle? And if so, he could show his worth. So he's going to have the opportunity. I'm going to say undervalued. We'll see.
I think he'll be a breakout star. I think he's more than undervalued. I like what I saw from him. Reminder, dude got shot, and his season got off the rails early. When he played well. I like it. 50-50 guy, difficult catch guy, going all the way back to Florida. Fits that offense. They're going to scheme him open, and even little old Rat Purdy will be able to get him the ball. I like Ricky Pearsall a lot.
Just couldn't help yourself.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough in that quarterback situation there in San Francisco. So we'll see how he performs.
It's true. Rats don't have opposable thumbs.
He actually okay. You know what? We're not doing this. We're just not doing this.
The next group of year 2 players is called the breakout. They expect these two to hit the breakout. It is Marvin Harrison Jr. and Rome Odunze.
I'm going to leave Odunze for Rico. This is his godson. Do you care to comment?
For Rome Odunze, David, I do think that this could be the breakout year for him. I think with Ben Johnson there and actually just an offensive-minded coach of knowing all the weapons that you have, and looking at what Ben Johnson did with the Lions wide receivers, yes, breakout year for Odunze. I think he could be special. I think he could become Caleb's go-to guy, that touchdown connection guy. I'm going to say breakout.
I don't know what to do with Marvin Harrison. I would watch Cardinal games, and he just wouldn't get targeted. I don't know what happened. I don't know where the relationship with Kyler is. Priority 1 this offseason for the Cardinals was fixing the defense. Priority 2 better have been locking those two at a summit and figuring out how to get on the same page and get about 120 targets Marvin's way. I don't know what to do there. I'm nervous about both these guys.
Yeah, I would go undervalue because what you said, Mike, unfortunately, he and Kyler have the same personality, and it's just too laid back. So you need somebody. Either you need to be that demanding wide receiver, give me the ball, or you need the quarterback to say, hey, get open and I'll throw it to you. But you got two guys back there like, well, if you're open, I'll throw it. Okay, well, throw it if I'm open.
See, it's interesting because I felt the same way, but I'm looking at these numbers here. He ranked 3rd in end zone targets, 9th in air yards, and 20th in total targets in wide receivers. So he didn't have a great year, but he seemed to rank high in certain categories.
Yeah, because I think around the middle of the year, they were just like, hey, idiot, throw him the ball.
Force him the ball, yeah. So the last category is under the microscope, and you have Brock Bowers from the Raiders, Caleb Williams, and I don't know why he's on this list because he was hurt last year, but J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, no, he's on that list for a reason. J.J. will be a one and done if he's no good. That is a Super Bowl ready-to-win roster with the single best play caller in the sport. No slander to Shanahan. I just think Kevin O'Connell does if you can coach a ginger idiot, you can coach anybody.
Okay, no.
JJ's got this year to show or go. And if he's any good, any good, if he's slightly above average, guys, he'll throw for 4,000 yards and 30 TDs. If he's slightly above average, because that's how good that roster is. I throw Marvin Harrison into this microscope category. He came in ballyhooed, fanfare, the whole bit, can't miss. I'd put him in this category too.
No, I get it. But JJ, I think, belongs in this category because of what you said, Mike, because of what Sam Darnold did. And because I've said it before, he was career backup. And all of a sudden, the Vikings looked unbeatable for a lot of the year, regular season. So, JJ, we drafted you high and we let Darnold go because we thought you were better. This is one and done. Yeah.
Microscope now.
Yes.
Who are the other names in here? Real quick, David, I'm sorry.
The last name was Brock Bowers.
Why is he here? He already established himself as the single greatest rookie tight end in history and a guy clearly with a Travis Kelce, Antonio Gates arc.
I think the only reason why he may be under there, can you do it again?
The baldness.
Are you a one-and-done type of thing? Kind of what we talk about with C.J. Stroud. Did you just have a good rookie year, and will there be a fall-off? Now, Caleb Williams, once again, yes, under the microscope because
100%. Number 1 overall pick. They hand-selected your OC. They spent a ton of money on the offense. Yeah. He had an okay year, but again, the thing that hurts Caleb, he's a weird guy. You've got to be able to command a locker room of 53 professionals. He does a lot of weird stuff, and that works in the NBA, and you can be a little off-brand and a little bit of an oddity. In the NFL, you're the leader. I need Caleb to kind of rein in a little bit.
No, Mike, I understand. If you're weird and you win, you are Joe Burrow. Different type of guy. If you're weird and you lose, you're Kyler Murray.
And Burrow ain't weird. He owns a Batmobile.
And to some, they would say that's weird.
That's pretty badass.
No, I think
that's baller. That's baller.
I think it is. But if Joe Burrow wasn't winning, it'd be like, well, maybe if you stop buying Batmobiles and learn the playbook.
Hold on. What is he winning?
Okay. David, he had a bad year last year. Things happen.
David, the whole team fell apart. Joe Burrow on a game-in, game-out basis.
Joe Burrow, put it this way, he had enough stats to win the MVP last year. He was just on a bad team.
I mean, guys, come on. I'm a Steelers fan.
Bitter
Steelers.
You're
never going to give him credit.
I forgot who. But yes, look at Joe Burrow's stats last year. In that bad, if he played for Kansas City, he would have been the MVP.
Let me ask you the question. What player on this entire list is under the most pressure entering next season?
Caleb Williams.
I said, yeah, if I have to pick one, it's Caleb. But, man, JJ is right there because he has one of the best wide receivers in the game.
He got more than that, brother.
No, but I'm saying, but just the fact that you got Jefferson sitting right there as your safety valve.
Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson. They spent money on the running back room. Hell, Jalen Naylor is their trinket deep ball guy. They upgraded the O-line. It's all there. Yeah. It's time. David, I like the list. Excellent work.
That is in football today.
All right, 97.1. Good to have you with us. It's 3 o'clock. We have kind of set the ground rules. It is quarterback battle day. It is our symposium. We're coming up with a top 10 list. ESPN put a top 10 out yesterday. It was on every show of theirs, and it is kind of complemented by behind-the-scenes comments from coaches, executives, and scouts. What we established in hour one is there is a no-doubt top 4, and then there was a question of whether a certain quarterback should join it. Then we're going to get to this top 10. But it's Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow as the unquestioned top 4. Rico wanted to submit Jalen Hurts in there as one of the unquestioned. I provided what the executives had to say. Rico says yes. I say no. David, we wanted you and Kenny to tabulate it behind the scenes. What do the people have to say?
I'm just reading it in order as it came. I am not trying to sway the jury. I like Hurts, but not in the top 5. They're better pocket passers in the top 10. No to Hurts. Inconsistent. Has Hurts ever had a bad wide receiver room in his entire career or in college? Who has he ever made better? Someone else says, Hurts, yes, he's Lamar, but wins.
Okay.
No, but undoubtedly top 5. Great QB, but one of the best insulated QBs in the NFL. You can easily make an argument for 3 or 4 quarterbacks over him.
Okay.
You could put all 32 quarterbacks on the Eagles, and they would have the same results. That is Sam in a car.
That's a no.
No, not top 5.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but okay.
I think Hurts belongs in the top 5. Absolutely. Kevin at work.
Okay, 9-8.
Jalen Hurts as a no for me. His numbers are way inflated with touchdowns and first downs because of the tush push.
I agree. The rushing touchdowns are an absolute byproduct of that cheap, lousy con artist play. Sorry, that was an editorial.
Do they count?
Unfortunately. It's 10-8 to the nose right now. David, any final tabulation?
Yeah, a couple more here. No, Hurts is not top 5. He lacks the ability the rest of the quarterbacks have. And then another no on Hurts. He simply doesn't carry the offense too much.
All right.
Help needed.
All right. No.
Okay, but you know what's funny? And fine, I'll accept the fact he's not a top 5.
Well,
but,
no, honestly, he can be 5.
Right.
I think the difference is he can't be top 4 in the unquestioned. You can.
Oh,
have
no,
him
no,
at
no.
5.
Yeah, he's not. But here's the thing. 3 of the quarterbacks in the top 4, if I get this correct, one of the criteria he has over them. Can you win a Super Bowl with them?
I
Yes.
think you can.
Yes is the answer. We know, yes, you can win a Super Bowl with Hurts. Burrow, no, he hasn't.
Answer
Allen,
the other
no.
criteria. Does he drive the bus more than the bus drives him? I can't say that.
No, you can't
And
say that.
Sirianni's going to yell.
No. He has the capability when you put him in the driver's seat. Yes, he can drive the bus. It's not his thing. It's more of a run
Time out,
oriented.
though. Time out. When they asked him to carry the bus and throw it 580 times, he was terrible. Last year, they said, here's Saquon Barkley, throw it 200 less times. That's Russell Wilson defined. Look, he's in the top 10, and he can go as high as 5. He can't be in the top 4,
Okay,
and we said
no, right. I wasn't putting him in the top 4. I just said he
All right.
was 5.
So now we got to get to the rest of the players, okay? Here's where we go to. Starting with Jaden Daniels. I say not a top 10 quarterback. Not after 1 year. Show me what you do. And if you want evidence, I go C.J. Stroud 2 years ago compared to last year. In fact, I'd be more apt to take Stroud after the struggles of last year. After having no offensive line, having David kill Tank Dell, having Nico Collins get hurt, I would tell you I expect C.J. Stroud to have a better year, and he's a better quarterback than Jaden Daniels today.
I'm going to say, according to the Valenti category and the rationale behind this, he fits 3 of the 4 categories of
Go
why
ahead.
he should be in there.
Run through it.
How much is this player versus supporting cast? It's him and Scary Terry. That's it. So he's the guy. Can you win a Super Bowl with him? That I don't know. But he outweighs his offensive cast, and he has big play ability.
Let me back up your words, because this is where some execs agree with you. He posted the 4th highest QBR last year, best mark for a rookie since Dak. He was even better on 3rd and 4th downs, league leading, 95.3 QBR. Here's a quote, and this might cement it, and we'll put him in the top 10, and I won't do a vote about it. Single-handedly took one of the worst franchises to the NFC title game as a rookie with a bad defense, one legit wideout, what you said, and a dinosaur at tight end. An average O-line. That's an NFL coordinator who prepared for Daniels last year. He can read coverages, throw accurately, touch all levels of the field, and is every bit as dangerous as Lamar or Allen with his legs. He's in the top 10. I'll put down the sword. You believe in it. They believe in it. I'm going to put Jaden Daniels. We're not sorting rank yet.
No. But see, I like this criteria that we have because we can make it apples to apples.
And I'm fine changing an opinion because you're right. You sold me, and so did they. Okay. Matthew Stafford. John Matthew Stafford.
Kenny, you want to sell him on this? It's your guy.
Is Stafford a top 10 QB at this stage of his career?
I think he's top 10, but I think he's near the bottom of the top 10. And again, guys, we've talked about this. A lot of the bottom of this list, I mean, once you get past 4, you could make a legitimate argument for a number of guys to be in the top 10, which is why this debate works, is because I think he's top 10. Do I think he's 6, 7, 8? Maybe not. I think he's more 7, 8, 9 in that.
But we're just establishing there's no world he's not a top 10 QB.
Yes, I think there's no world that he is not a top 10 quarterback.
Rico, run him through the criteria.
Yeah, I think that he is a top 10 QB, Mike. Criteria, how much is this a player versus supporting cast? I mean, heck, in the Lions game last year, everybody just died in the middle of the game, and he took the Lions to overtime with just the third and fourth string offensive linemen. Can you win a Super Bowl with him? Yes, you can. They already have.
Fair.
Does he outweigh the supporting cast?
See, that's the one thing that we're always going to debate about, because when he was here, what was always every call that we took about Matthew Stafford was, oh, we just need to surround him with some better players.
No, but Kenny, here's the thing. I'm talking right here, right now.
Right here, right now, I don't think he needs a gigantic supporting staff. I think he makes players better. How much better? I don't know. But I do think he's enough to put him in the top 10.
And you know what? He does have big play ability. He can, on that third down, find a way to scramble and extend the play to find an open Nakua or find an open wide receiver.
So here's some comments, because I like using what ESPN has from coaches, execs, and coordinators. Ready? He's a scheme-transcendent quarterback. Why does he remain so high in the rankings? Here's a quote from an NFL coordinator. Because he's tough as bleep. Elite poise and toughness in the pocket, the ability to throw with timing and location when he's about to get hit in the chin is among the best. And you know what? How about this? You know who doesn't do well with traffic, doesn't do well with pressure, doesn't react well to getting hit? Jared Goff. So this would become a little bit of Stafford Goff, because here is the difference. There's not a person alive that would put the Rams supporting cast in the same galaxy as the Lions.
This is true.
So I'm going to say Stafford, yes. Also, on play action, produces the third highest QBR in the NFL, 10 touchdowns, no picks off play action, best performance in the entire league since Rico's guy Aaron Rodgers in 2021. If you want to knock on Stafford, here it is. 17.6% of his throws considered off target. Second worst clip among quarterbacks who received at least a vote. I'm going to say yes to Stafford. Do you agree?
Yeah.
All right. Yes. He's in the top 10. So now here's where it gets dicey. Ready? Mm-hmm. You have 7 guys. We have 3 spots left. And we got to have the Goff conversation. Let's continue. Justin Herbert.
No. I'm going to go no. I just see too many inconsistencies, Mike. It's there, and then sometimes it's not. He can't win. He can't win you a Super Bowl. Does he outweigh the cast around him? No, I don't.
Clearly not.
No. Big playability? No.
Yes. Rico.
Okay.
Come on. If you're giving Stafford BPA, you got to give Herbert. The arm talent's elite. The guy had 3 running touchdowns in the Rose Bowl. The guy can move.
Okay, we're not going. If we have to qualify it with college,
I'm
that means you
saying-
haven't done enough in the
I'm
pros.
saying we are not far removed. His legs are a weapon. Now, here's here's what they said. So, the good, his 21,093 career yards, most in NFL history through 5 seasons. You do what you want with it. Last season, he was asked to change. Harbaugh, Greg Roman. This is interesting. 3 interceptions in 504 attempts marked the lowest INT rate, 0.6%, by any quarterback in football since Tom Brady in 2016.
Good.
Now, here's a quote. He's always been a top 5 to 8 quarterback. Accurate to all levels, athletic, good decision maker. That's an AFC executive. He's underrated now, in my opinion, and taken for granted. And here's what's interesting. I'm with you about, man, he's got to win a big game. He has 15 game-winning drives. They're the most from any quarterback drafted 2020 and later. But what holds him back, the 0-2 in the playoffs, quote, there are players above him in the top 10 consistently who create more off schedule, so this would lead to your point, and are more dangerous in the 2-minute drill and have won in the playoffs. The offense he currently plays in is by far the least QB-friendly in terms of passing game. Doesn't help him. He can get there, has the ability. It'll take time.
It reminds me a lot of a young Stafford. Tools are there, can't get the job done. And, yeah, I would need to see those 15 games that he came back, because were they against bad teams that you should have been beaten in the first place?
David, here's what I want to do. I know we won't get calls on it. Should we take a straw poll on Herbert being in this top 10? We have to be choosy now because we still got to talk Goff. I told you, it's going to be hard for Goff to make this list, especially with the criteria. And that's where we need Lion fans to have a conversation, because the minute you start saying, oh, bro, he's got to be on there, who are you taking off? Justin Herbert, let's do the vote. Rico, you say yes?
I say no.
You say not a top 10 QB.
Not a top 10 QB.
Okay.
Rico has a strong, Kenny has a strong opinion on Justin
and we'll hear from Kenny next then. Give Kenny time to formulate his thoughts so he doesn't use potty language. 248-539-9797.
I would never.
A lot of potty. All right.
Maybe a little too much potty.
Hungry Howie's. Get a large one-topping pizza. Your choice of 8 flavored crusts, just $8.99. Dough made in-house daily. 100% real cheese. Fresh ingredients. Flavored crust. They got it all. 20 toppings to choose from. It's Hungry Howie's. Perfect pairing. $8.99. One topping. You can upgrade to stuffed crust for $3 more. All you need to do is go to hungryhowies.com. Download the app. You start the online order. That's it. Online carryout only. You're out the door with the deal. No promo codes or secret handshakes. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time only. If you're just joining, we are in a quarterback symposium. It's the slowest week of the year. To hell with that. ESPN's got a top 10 list according to executives, scouts. So we said, you know what? Let's put our spin on it. And I gave some criteria. And we as a show, Rico, David, Kenny, have kind of subscribed to it. And it's the theory of when you begin this, identify the guys that are just above it all. There's no debate about their presence on the list. And in fact, it's going to be real hard to crack that number. We have 4 quarterbacks. We have since added 3 players. Now, we can debate those players. That's where you guys play the biggest role today. If you have an issue that is a part of the top 10, we have not ranked the 10, but as a part of the 10, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Matthew Stafford. We are now voting on Justin Herbert. And then we're going to get where I do think a lot of you will call, naturally, it's your guy. What do we do with Jared Goff? And remember, the criteria are the following. How much of the success is due to them driving the bus or being driven by the supporting cast? Can you win a Super Bowl with them? Ask yourself that question. And the last piece is the BPA quotient, big playability. The elite quarterbacks break defenses. We've all seen it. Patrick Mahomes, 3 guys hanging on him, throwing it late across the middle with that zany arm talent, or escaping down the sidelines as the least athletic-looking human on the planet. But boy, there he is. Need 8, got 9. The BPA matters. You have to create what isn't there, what isn't schemable, what isn't obvious. And when you got to break glass in case of emergency 2-3 times in a game, can you do it? That separates good and great. So, David, Justin Herbert over the break. Rico says not a top 10 QB. What do the people say? And you said Kenny's got he's very opinionated.
Yeah, I got something on this. I just for criteria. So how many quarterbacks do we have so far solidified 100% top 10?
Okay. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow are what we consider the standard bearers.
And then you want to throw Hurts in there, call it 5.
Hurts, Daniels, Stafford is what we have on the list right now as top 10, and no one is called to fight us.
So that means you would have to have 3 quarterbacks to bump Herbert out of this spot, right?
Correct.
I can't name 3 I can name a couple that you could argue, but I can't argue that there's 3 other quarterbacks. You used the word elite earlier in this segment. You said elite qualities, elite traits.
Yeah.
Once you exit the top 4 or top 5, the word elite is lost. You have to use very, very good. Okay. Because outside of that, do I consider Justin Herbert elite? No, but he's very, very good, I think.
How about this?
Do I consider Baker Mayfield elite? No, but he's good. Do I consider, Jared Goff elite? No, but he's good.
Wait, what just happened back there?
I'm sorry. I didn't know that play.
David was previewing something for the Drops tournament. I guess it came over the
Okay.
He wants his steak medium well.
But, Kenny, here's what I would say. For instance, I would put Justin Herbert over Jalen Hurts.
Yes, I agree.
That's my personal
I would put
opinion.
him in the same air as Matthew Stafford, probably over Matthew
Right.
Stafford.
My
actually.
point is, I feel like Justin Herbert, everything's been put on him. Hurts gets the joy of the cheating tush push.
Yes.
The best O-line, the best receivers. And look at the data. This is just my opinion. The data for me is if Hurts is on the list, well, then a guy who's been asked to throw it 800 times a year, Hurts, when they asked him to throw it, couldn't. So they had to cut 200 passes off in order for him to get that team to a Super Bowl. Look, I like Hurts.
Did they cut the passes off, Mike, or did you just give him an MVP running back who can just carry the ball a lot?
That's potato. They knew they had to do it. They saw what 583 pass attempts looked like and went, we don't want that. He's still in the top 10. I'm making the point that if Hurts is there, Herbert has to be there. David, what are the votes?
No on Herbert. If you think Herbert and even Stafford at this point in his career is better than Goff, you need to put the pipe down. Yes for Herbert. Time frame, mechanics, abilities, all are great. That is from Chris.
Okay.
Justin Herbert, yes, he should be top 10, but just barely.
Okay.
Someone else says, debating whether or not Herbert is top 10 is going to look really silly in a few years. Yes, he's undoubtedly top 10.
Time out. Time out there.
I don't really care.
Time out, Captain Stubing. Here's the deal. It's not about a few years. About right now.
Right.
Now, I'm saying he is, and I don't think there's any pipe to put down. Just carry on.
Herbert doesn't belong in the top 10. Someone texted
Yeah.
and says, Herbert has all the tools, but hasn't put it together. Not top 10. That is from Tom.
Well, that's not really the case when you factor in he's been asked to throw more.
You know what? And yes, you're right. He's been asked to throw more, Mike. And upon further review, I will be willing to lay down the sword, and I will allow Mr. Herbert into the top 10.
All right.
I want you to go to the back.
So VAR has concluded that he is in the top 10.
Yeah, don't get comfortable. You're on the waiting list. You may get outed.
Okay.
But for right now, you're in.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Here are the rest of the quarterbacks, and you get to pick two. And it will begin Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, CJ Stroud, Jordan Love, and then a gaggle of quarterbacks. Now, I'm not going to go through the also receiving votes. That will be a caller-driven thing. If you feel like your player is not represented, make the case. But Goff, Baker Mayfield, CJ Stroud, you could throw in
Love.
Jordan Love. Look, here's your issue with Goff. Let's use the criteria. Does he drive the bus or does the bus drive him? It's clearly B. Now, he's played Pro Bowl caliber football. He's been a good player here. But the supporting cast, I'd argue he's the most insulated quarterback in football. True or false?
True.
Is he good when it breaks down? All jokes about mobile Goff season aside, is he good outside the structure of the play? I would say no.
Correct.
Now, does he process really well? Yes. Does he identify coverages early, know where he's going with the football? Yes. Doesn't have the BPA.
And I think the offense outweighs him.
Okay, so let me read what they say about him. All right? They say. Okay. Quote, he's developed in one of the game's best pure passers. That's an NFC defensive coach. He doesn't turn the ball over like he used to. He's reliable with a real arm. He's not just a drop back passer who makes bleep happen. He's become more than that. Goff ranks second in the NFL in yards per attempt, 8.6, and he threw for the second most yards in the league, 46.29. He was good on play action, completing 75% of his passes, and he led the NFL in that category. Coming from an air raid offense at Cal, Goff entered the league as a rhythm and timing thrower. He struggled when pass rushers disrupted his timing. He's countered that. Quote, he's improved in his ability to reset his feet and deliver the ball accurately, and it's changed his career. That's an AFC scout. The coaching staff in Detroit gave him a greater sense of calm in the pocket. Goff's success has come with two of the game's best play callers. See, this is where I'm at. McVay and Ben Johnson. He's got to prove he can do it without him. And the adaptability of his career suggests he could be up to the challenge. Look, Goff, when he plays well, is a top 10 QB. And when he doesn't, Goff's subpar is well outside the top 10. He's a fascinating case study. I think he is the most hotly debated name because here's the thing. How many, and I want you guys to think about this before you yell and scream and go nuts. How many quarterbacks could I put with the Lions that could have given you the very same thing the last 2 years? I'm asking. Because Ben Johnson, I know the morning show thinks he's been lobotomized now that he's not here. Ben Johnson is arguably the best OC in football. He was coveted, and he worked wonders here.
He was coveted for years.
So, how many QBs could you put in Detroit and you would have blown a 17-point lead in the NFC title game or gotten housed by a rookie and turning it over 5 times? How many quarterbacks could have offered you that? I'm asking.
This is going to be a great exercise.
That's why we're doing it. It's the symposium. And guess what? I got 5 lines wide open if you want them. Let's have the Goff conversation. Does he belong on this list? 248-539-9797. Rico, I think of any quarterback we have talked about, more cases can be made both ways for Goff than anybody else.
I'm glad we put the criteria out there. So it's not just, well, you know what? Hey, this was the 4 things that we came up with.
Greater than the quarterback or the supporting cast he has. Can you win a Super Bowl with this player? And BPA, big play ability. 248-539-9797. And ticket texters, don't feel left out. Get involved on the Goff thing. Because you got to answer the question if you call or if you text. How many quarterbacks could be the quarterback of the Lions and give you exactly what Goff gave you the last couple of years? And mind you, I'm a Goff supporter. I never wanted him replaced with Hendon Hooker like other people. Nope. But I'm also not obtuse to the fact he's fringy top 10. Let's get into it next, okay? Now you better buckle up.
All right.
97.1.
That, folks, was Radio Tease. You want to learn radio specs at LTU can get you started on your journey. If you want to get into radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Specs at LTU has 3 certificate programs: the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program. And they're taught right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in the city of Southfield. You're going to be taught by people who actually work in the business like yours truly. That means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. When you get into the labs, it's not about studying theory. No, it's about the hands-on approach. And you get that with Specs at LTU. But you got to sign up today to get started because the fall is coming up very soon. Here's what you need to do. You need to make an appointment with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps of your future at admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu. Do that today. Classes are filling up fast for the fall. Specs at LTU. Make it happen.
Let's get to the people because we have reached Goff phase. ESPN Top 10 was bantied about all day yesterday. We've got comments from executives, coaches, scouts, and we think we're getting a nice framework for the top 10. But we have now gotten to a point where you have 4 quarterbacks for 2 spots. And the 4 quarterbacks are the following: Baker Mayfield, Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, and your man Jared Goff. You can only pick 2. And is Goff a part of it is an actual conversation because we laid out criteria. And I don't think any of the criteria is unfair. If you want to debate it, that's cool. That's what this is for. It's fun. A, 51-49, right? Do the scales of justice. Quarterback greater than supporting cast greater than quarterback. Look yourself in the mirror. Can I win a Super Bowl with this player? And BPA. When all hell breaks loose, when the bleep hits the fan, the way it tends to happen,
right?
And it's got to happen outside the framework of the play, and it's chaos. Can my quarterback operate the BPA, have the Marvel hero button? That's what we're talking about. And I think, hey, I just try to be real with you guys. I want to be wrong. I hope Jared Goff elevates his game another step. I have major concerns that Jared Goff, with the loss of Ben Johnson, is going to look a little different. You can't say that. I just did. 248-539-9797. Want to go to the people?
Let's go to the people.
Let's do it. John's in North Philly. Bats leadoff. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Rico and Mr. Villani. How are you doing?
Excellent, John. What's on your mind, buddy?
So I don't think Goff should be in the top 10. Just regarding with your caveats, with the weapons that he has on offense and that offensive line, that even though it's taken a hit, is still probably top 15 in the league. I can't put him in the top 10. But then regarding what you're talking about with the other 3 that should replace him, I don't think that they have that BPA that you're talking about to overtake him. And I also think that BPA has a little to do with what he's surrounded with. So if that's the case, Jared Goff should have a great big play ability. And I don't know. I'm kind of torn.
Yeah.
I'm a big Lions fan, huge Stafford fan. I mean, obviously. But I don't know if I can put him in the top 10 when it comes to your caveats.
Yeah, you
But
see
I also
why
don't
it's
think I
a
can put-
it's a fun discussion.
And see, John, I would say that of the other quarterbacks that we talked about, there are 2 that I do think have a better BPA factor over Goff. I'll save those, but there are 2 guys that I think that, yes, when push comes to shove, they can step up and make that big play.
Well, yeah, C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love have that mobile ability to extend the play.
You know what, John? You only named one of them.
Baker does too.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Jared Goff is very precise in how he does his job. He's very good as a pocket passer, play action, reads the defense well. I don't know if those other quarterbacks necessarily have those abilities, but they have abilities that Goff doesn't have. So that's where I'm kind of torn.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'd leave him outside of the top 10.
Okay. And look, this is a good spot. Let me read this to you. ESPN says that the voting from 8 to 11 was so close, there was basically no separation. Jared Goff is 8 on their list. 11 was C.J. Stroud, the first honorable mention. Here's what they said about Stroud. You want it? Mm-hmm. The voting for spots 8 through 11, I just read that to you. Stroud appeared on half the ballots, but struggled to capture the same momentum that landed him at number 7 after his rookie year. While his production was down from the previous year, Stroud had to overcome issues with Houston's offense. Most doubters expect him back in the top 10 next year. Quote, that can affect your confidence when the protection and play calling around you isn't great. Mind you, they got rid of Bobby Slowick.
Right.
The offensive line was a train wreck. It can all tie together. The framework of what made him great his rookie year is still there. A natural thrower of the football, elite ball placement. Now, I'll say it. I think he's top 10 QB.
I do too.
I think he far outweighs what was around him last year. We've seen what he looks like with a modicum of protection. And if I put C.J. Stroud in a Lions uniform, if I put him here, I think you'd get even better than Goff. Here's the other thing.
I'm going to say this, Mike. If he played for the Lions, you would have been playing Philadelphia here for the NFC title game.
That's tough.
Because
I'm not mad at you for saying it. I just don't know if I want to go
We saw
there.
all of his receivers just fall away. Like everything bad that could have bad happened to him happened to him.
Yeah.
So yes, I do think that he outweighs his offense. I do think he has the big playability.
And can you drop him in here and know you'd get what you get out of Goff or more? And here's the other thing. Goff's story is pretty much written. We know what Jared Goff is. He's a good quarterback. Remember, if you come in at number 11, it doesn't make you bad. Jared Goff's a good quarterback. But C.J. Stroud's story is not written. He has played 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I could absolutely make a case to you. Would it shock me if C.J. Stroud came back this year and was the single best quarterback in football? It wouldn't shock me. It would surprise me, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Right.
I'd be shocked if Jared Goff did it. That's why I never liked the Goff MVP talk. But that's where we are with Stroud.
Right.
I'd have him in my top 10. Would you?
Yes.
I'll leave that to the people. Another battle line can be drawn. Baker Mayfield. I can get. You want to get to Baker?
Yeah, let's get to Baker.
I'll tell you what. Let's do that next. More people are calling in about Goff. David, Ticket Tech's on the top member. We're not ranking them yet. We're establishing who's even in the VIP club. Then we get to the ranking debate. David, the Goff stuff, you want to start taking some votes?
I can take some votes, sure.
Are people into that or no?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. We'll do that. We'll continue along on our quarterback symposium. And if you just have a vehement disagreement, a call beats a text. It does. Couple
You can
open
explain
lines.
yourself.
Yes. Or just yell. That works too. Hey, when it comes to the IRS or an audit, law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems is going to be your best friend here. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Whether it's personal income tax, business payroll tax, you need Abraham and Rose. Not a random tax organization. Maurice and Jerry, they're experienced. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They'll save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today. You call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. It's Abraham and Rose. All right. The battle lines are drawn. It is the great QB symposium of 2025. Using ESPN's top 10 and the feedback of NFL executives, coaches, players, establishing our own top 10, where Goff ranks in it, and our own criteria, which we've established. You guys have now really shown up to play. We got to talk about your man Goff. We are basically
we hit
to
that
a
hot
point.
button topic.
We are to a point. There are 4 quarterbacks for 2 spots. Here are the established on the list in the top 10 QBs. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Hurts, Daniels, Stafford, Herbert. The 4 quarterbacks for the last 2 spots. Goff, Baker, Stroud, Love. Rico and I believe Stroud's a top 10 QB. Now, in our world, that's 3 QBs for 1 spot. If you disagree on Stroud, let's talk. If you disagree on principle about Goff, let's talk. If you think Goff belongs higher, let's talk. This is the time to the people.
Sell me this pen.
Yes, we go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, buddy?
Doing great, Mike. How about you?
Good, man. What's going on?
Okay, so I love this topic, and I can't wait to talk about this because this is really, really interesting, and I think it's a great conversation to have. So I just want to clarify something. First of all, obviously, I believe Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback, but you said that Goff is more insulated than any other quarterback in the league. Are you implying by saying that you think top 2 bottom quarterbacks aside, the Eagles are worse than the Lions offensively? Is that what you're implying?
I would say yes. I think the Lions have the singular best offensive personnel. I think the Eagles have a far better defense. And they have that cheat code of that ridiculous
Let
tush
it
push.
go.
Sorry.
It works.
Sorry, Bob. Sorry.
Okay. Now, I will say this. I do not 100% agree with you there.
That's okay.
Because in the year-end rankings, the Lions' offensive line was like ranked 9th or 10th. Eagles were like between ranked number 3 and number 2, offensive line-wise.
Okay.
And I will say that receivers, I think the Lions might have the Eagles beat. I'll say that I think A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are not as good as St. Brown and Jameson Williams, in my opinion. And then running backs, I think Saquon Barkley is superior to Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, especially towards the end of the year. So I will say that I believe even though Hurts is in the top 5, I think he's more insulated than Goff offensively.
Okay.
And if you want, when you factor in the defense, yeah, I don't think it's close. I think the offensive line of the Eagles are absolute maulers, and they're the best.
Yeah, and Bob, guess what? Guess what? I'm just fine. I can lay down the sword, and if you think Hurts is more insulated and Goff's number 2, that's fine. I think we're still in the same neighborhood of the question is the question.
Right. Yeah, sorry if that was off topic. That was just one thing I wanted to say.
You're fine.
But I want to say this. I'm with you on the one thing that Goff sorely lacks is big playability in terms of when the play breaks down, can he get outside of the pocket and can he make things happen? That's just not who he is. But I will posit this to you. You mentioned earlier that Justin Herbert, right, when he's asked to throw the ball a lot, he makes things happen and he plays well. Goff, in 2023, I looked at this. He ranked 2nd in the NFL in pass attempts, 606.
Yep.
Behind only Sam Howell. And he played very, very well. He was an MVP candidate most of the year. Last year, he was 10th, which is his lowest ranking since joining the Lions. In 2022, he was 6th. So when he's asked to throw the ball, he makes things happen. The caveat there is he needs to play within the structure of the offense.
There it is.
And that's what he is. And that's also part of the reason why in the playoff game, I thought he tried to be something he wasn't. He tried to be a gunslinger with some of those throws. And that's why he played poorly.
So now we're having some fun because, Bob, I think you just highlighted something. And this is good. Rico, would you agree with Bob? Look, when he tried to be the man, it blew up in his face.
Right.
Everything with Goff is the structure and the sequencing and the scheme. So here's the question, Bob. If I give you 4 quarterbacks for 2 spots, is he in your top 10? Goff, Baker, Love, Stroud. Who are your 2 selections?
My 2 selections are Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff.
Okay.
And where I disagree with you guys, I think where I fundamentally see things different is it doesn't make you a worse quarterback if you play within the structure of the offense. That just makes you disciplined, in my opinion. Stroud
and Bob, I get it. And Bob, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. I guess for me, I'm more of a if the play breaks down and you have to just kind of scramble and be the man, you're comfortable being the man and going off script.
Okay, I totally understand that. I get where you're coming from. But where I'm coming from is Goff plays within the structure of the offense more than guys like Herbert, who, because of their ability, can get undisciplined and can be the reason the play breaks down in the first place. Because I saw that a lot.
Yeah, and look, Bob, and Bob, it's a great phone call. It's a perfect segue into the Baker Mayfield thing. You want to do that right here?
Yeah.
Let's do this right here because Bob brought this up. So, Baker Mayfield, do you know how many quarterbacks have more touchdowns than Baker Mayfield the last 2 years?
I don't.
2.
Oh.
Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Mayfield has 73 touchdowns. Quote, fearless as a thrower and runner. BPA quotient.
Mm-hmm.
He's got on-field leadership where teammates want to support him. Much better arm than he's given credit for. Good mover in the pocket. Great outside of the pocket. Attacks the third level of the D. Throwing it downfield. What's been a knock on Goff? The downfield stuff. When he has time, he's as good as anybody. Last season, Mayfield joined Brady as the only quarterbacks in Bucs history with 40 TDs in a season, dominant against the blitz, leading all quarterbacks in completion percentage and passing touchdowns against 5 or more rushers. He reminds me of Favre as far as a style of play, a personnel exec said. He's got moxie, like bleep you, I'm on the attack, and defensive guys feel the presence.
Yeah, he does, Mike. He's got that it factor, and he's just stuck in Tampa, and nobody really respects the Bucs.
Want to have some fun?
Yeah. He's in.
Would the Lions be better or worse with Baker Mayfield here? As we have the Goff discussion, you've got to have that conversation. Remember, he's asked to do everything in Tampa. Everything. They do not have some dominant defense. They do not have a dominant O-line. They have come in here against the Lions, beating you once, losing in heartbreak in the playoffs. They played last year with a tight end basically playing tackle. Baker does it all. Complete red ass, and it's on him. See, if you're asking me, it's Baker at 10, and it's Goff at 11. That's just my personal. That doesn't mean one is good, one is bad, or, he's voted off the island. But, Rico, my 2 would be Stroud and Baker.
Right. And I'm very close, Mike. I got Baker at 9. I got Stroud at 10. I got Goff at 11. I do. I think that he's outside. I look at Baker Mayfield, and it's like the perfect fit for him right there. He was a journeyman, and then all of a sudden he grew up right in front of everybody, and you're like, man, I can't believe Cleveland's still looking for a quarterback, and they gave him away. Yeah, he's down in Tampa right now, and he's asked to do everything, and he's got the it factor. He makes plays. He does it all.
So let's do this. Let's get Sam in the mix. David, we will keep the discussion open on Goff. We will get more of the calls as well. Sam first. Oops, wrong button, and I'm stupid. Now we'll go to Sam 97.1. Sammy, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How about you?
Good.
Good. I would like to piggyback on what you've been saying. That the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, I think all of them are better than Jared Goff. I don't think Jared Goff's the top 15.
Ooh, all right. So the first guy who's called in and said, look, it's not even a discussion point. Take us through it. Why?
Why? Because I think he was a product of a good offensive coordinator. That's all. If you go look back at his LA Rams days, same situation. He was a product of a good coaching staff and a good offensive coordinator. Same thing with the Lions. I think if Baker Mayfield was in a Lions jersey last year, I think they would have won the Super Bowl.
It's hard to argue. I mean, look, when Jared needed to be the guy and needed to carry this team because the defense wasn't going to get a stop, what happened? It's fair.
Yeah, and And a telltale sign of last year's divisional game was the Houston game when he threw 5 interceptions. And people still after that thought he was an MVP candidate.
Well, the MVP talk was crazy. It was a fun little cute story, but it was crazy in actuality.
It was crazy. And I think, I want to say quickly, I think this year you're going to start realizing that Dan Campbell's empire is going to start crashing a little bit.
Well, all right. I mean, Sammy, it's fun.
I do. I really do.
And that's okay. I mean, I enjoy the way you said it. It's a little dramatic. Yeah, I think they're taking a step back. First of all, yes, of course you're stepping back from 15 wins. I do think the coordinator stuff matters. I do think Aleem McNeil being out half the year matters. I do think offensive line transition matters. And yeah, need to see it to believe it with Goff without Ben Johnson. I think that's a story. So I don't want to talk about empires crumbling. This isn't Rome. But I'm look, and the one that's going to make people's head explode, and we'll get back to it. People here have a bad habit of letting emotion cloud reality. Jordan Love, knee injury, put his year off kilter, elbow injury, off kilter. You go 2 years ago, Jordan Love was a top 5 quarterback. If Jordan Love's healthy, look out. I'm telling you, that dude's different. Now, people here will scream. They'll go nuts.
He's Packer, so yeah.
I don't care. It's like me. It's like when I've talked about Michigan players I like. I don't care that they're Wolverines. They're good.
You're unbiased.
I was a Mason Graham slap.
You're unbiased for every player but one. And then you show your bias.
Kirk Cousins?
No.
I hate him.
No. It's a quarterback.
Oh, Lamar.
West Coast.
Oh, Rat?
Yeah. There you go.
Rat. Yeah, rats, they do. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to calls. We got a football today. The symposium rolls on. 97.1. All right, let's touch the table on a little football, a little music, see what David's got up his sleeve.
Oh, guys, I need my regular confines back, guys.
Hey, you're working through it. We appreciate it. Renovations are not seamless. You're good. Relax.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's talk about the best teams in the NFL since the year 2000.
Oh, geez.
So I'm going to get a couple guesses. Now, mind you.
All right, hold on. Take it easy with that microphone. You sound like you're strangulating it.
You do not have to win a Super Bowl to be one of the best teams. I do want to say that.
Okay, so let's start here. The greatest team I've ever seen in my life, and they didn't win the Super Bowl, the 07 Patriots.
The 2007 Patriots are on this list. They are number 1, I believe.
Yeah, they went undefeated. They had a better margin of victory than anyone in history.
Yeah.
They added Randy Moss for no good reason. They were an absolute freight train, and they lost to a 500 Giants team in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they're number 1. Yep. 99 percentile offense, 94 percentile defense. They're one of the best teams ever. So, yeah.
It was just something I've never seen. No Chiefs team compares. No Bronco team compare.
But somehow they left plaques open in the hands.
No, it was more about the Giants having 8 pass rushers, rotating and just harassing Brady nonstop. Yeah. And look, best team in the history of the league. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that regular season ended and you all gave them a tough.
Yeah, they played the Giants on a Sunday night at MetLife or Giant Stadium, excuse me, and it was a barn burner. But the Giants just couldn't keep up. But what it did was it gave Spagnuolo tape. It gave the Giants a chance to calibrate. And look, remember, the Giants had to go on the road at Tampa, at Dallas, at Green Bay. I was there. And then they got another shot at it. And the Patriots ended up in a dogfight. The Giants dragged them into the mud. They weren't going to play a 38-35 game. And they got them. If they play that game 10 times, the Giants win it once. And that's the one
that counted.
Yeah, and that's it.
Okay.
All right, my work is done. I did it all.
Give me a guess, Rico.
I'm going to go 2000 Ravens.
2000 Ravens. Wow. I do not see them on
because
this
they had
list.
a 0 percentile offense and 100 percentile defense.
Wow.
Remember, you're not getting on this list with Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, they are not on this list, Rico.
Okay. All right. Greatest show on turf. Rams, 2001.
The 2001 Rams are on this list. They are in the top 10.
Okay. I made it.
Well, you're fine.
You said
you're fine. But it's interesting because it's a role reversal. The 01 Patriots the Patriots did to the Rams what the Giants did to the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
That 01 Patriot team, ratty, tryhards, little-known QB no one had really heard of nationally named Tom Brady. That Ram team, you couldn't stop. Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, and that basketball on grass Joe Tiller approach right around the same time frame. You couldn't stop. You didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, greatest show. Yeah.
I will say this, Rico. I apologize. Baltimore's 13th on this list. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And number 10, the number 10 is the Rams.
I think you should be disqualified if Trent Dilfer's your quarterback.
It works, man. What can you say?
No. Look, I remember that Ravens team. I wasn't old enough to truly appreciate the 85 Bears, okay? And the Giant defenses of 87, 90, I was old enough. But that Ravens defense in 2000, never saw anything like it. I haven't seen anything like it since. I drove home to surprise my dad for the Super Bowl. I drove home from college. I should have never gotten in the car. The Ravens, it was like a mob movie. They put the plastic bag over the Giants' head and just squeezed. And I swear Kerry Collins owed the mob money.
Basically, shh, just let it go.
Just go to sleep. Yeah, go to sleep.
I have a guess for this one is for David, actually. That Packers team like 10 years ago that beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl? Maybe 15 years ago?
It's more like 15 years ago.
I was going to say.
That was the 2010 Green Bay Packers. Won 14-6 and beat the Steelers 31-25.
Hate to see that.
Any other guesses out there, guys?
Hold on. No. But here's the interesting part of it. You thought what you saw with Aaron Rodgers there.
Yes.
That he was going to be on a track to win 3 or 4 Super Bowls. The fact is, he never got back to one.
Yeah.
That is a scarlet letter to me.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the first of many.
And that includes the ha-ha Clinton-Dix game in Seattle.
You know what I'll say? Joe Burrow kind of feels that way, right?
It's possible.
Went to one, and I was like, go to more.
Dan Marino went to one and never got
is this
back.
the Dan Marino?
But again, it was greatness, and he had some unbelievable individual years. But Aaron Rodgers has lost off a bye as a home team, number 1 seed in the NFL, more than he's gotten to Super Bowls.
No,
That's a problem. He did it back-to-back years, including Tirico's Niners.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of teams on this list. Let's finish out the top 10. Rico, you had the Rams 2001 at number 10 there. Number 9 is the 2019 Kansas City Chiefs that went 15-4 and beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl.
Yep. Remember that?
Niners had him, too.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Jimmy G with the overthrow in the fourth quarter, they had him. But that was more vintage Chiefs. There was explosion. There was verticality. It was a different team than this drudgery we see now that the officials save on a weekly basis.
David, I know you're getting ready. Are the last year's, is it recency bias last year's Eagles?
Last year's Eagles is within this top 10.
Oh, okay.
They are within this top 10, so
Hard
I
to
will
argue.
get to it.
No, just say it right now.
They're number 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't have a huge problem with it. They won the line of scrimmage both ways all year. Hall of Fame running back, cheat code offensive play. And again, they were just they won it by brute force. That's how I would describe it. But here's this is again, and I hope people in this town have learned. That Eagle team, as great as they are, remember Matthew Stafford had 3 cracks from the 16-yard line in the snow in Philly with a chance to go win that game. As great as they were.
Well, and remember.
Just watch your disco shirts, everybody.
And remember, we were all lined up because they were ready to prepare to beat the Eagles at home the very next week.
I think that was other people priming their pumps. Yes, David.
Since we're at Philadelphia, I'll give number 5 because it is also Philadelphia.
Philly
it's the
special.
Philly special when they won against the Patriots 41-33, one of the highest scoring Super Bowls in NFL history.
My problem is not only did they do it with Nick Foles, which would disqualify them from the greatness quotient.
Come on, man.
No, but hold on. That game, somehow the Lions didn't watch the actual game footage where Hala Vala Ramalama Ding Dong Vaitai gave up 9 pressures in one game, and we still signed him.
The Quinn era, man. The Quinn era.
Come on, Nick Foles. Great characteristics.
Also,
Can we go back to the part where we paid a lineman who gave up 9 pressures in one game?
David summed it up best. That was the Quintricia era. We just move on. It happened. We'll acknowledge it, and we'll move on.
Okay, move on.
Yeah, let's finish the top 5 here with Philly at 5-4.
Wow.
3, the 2004 New England Patriots at 17-2, who beat the Eagles 24-21.
Great Super Bowl. That was a TO, broken leg, hyperbaric chamber game. No, those Patriot teams up until sign stealing and all the rest. But from 01 through 07, it just felt like they got better and better and better and better. And then there was
a little bit of cheating.
Some things.
And then number 2, the 2013 Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl, beat the Broncos 43-8. They went 16-3 that year.
Yeah, was that the MetLife Super Bowl? Was that the game in New York?
I believe so.
Like the first play of the game was like a 90-yard pick six, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let me ask this question.
Was Mr. Dangerous there?
Mr. Dangerous. Would the Bronco team where Manning threw like 100 touchdowns to Wes Welker, I forget what year this was, Did the Broncos make this list?
I'm looking.
That offense was
Is that the 2013 Broncos that lost to the Seahawks?
It may have been.
Yes, that's the same team. Yeah, 15-4. Yes, they are on here.
Okay. I mean, that offense, and I know we only remember the Broncos winning with Franken Manning at quarterback, but the year prior, oh my God, it was an offense. It was greatest show on turf like.
Yeah, yes. Peyton Manning threw for over 5,400 yards, 55 touchdowns.
And 54 of them were to Wes Welker.
Felt like it.
It was insane. But how about that? The better of those two teams loses the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. They come back with Zombie Manning the next year and win the Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh. They topped 35 points 10 times during the regular season at Broncos team.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
David, it was a fantasy lover's dream. Let's just put it like that.
Well, wow, I forgot about that team. That's crazy. That is in football today.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, man, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton's leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, or heck, days like today, you want a drop top, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So you don't have to wait any months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the July Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for just $279 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Quarterback Symposium 2K25. If you're just joining, I'll catch you up to speed real quick. We got a lot of callers who want to talk. We are piggybacking off of ESPN yesterday, kind of doing a day of quarterbacks. And they have executives, GMs, coaches, and quotes for the top 10 QBs according to the voting. We wanted to apply our own standard. And we broke it into the following 3 questions. Which is greater, the quarterback than his supporting cast, or the supporting cast than the quarterback? Looking yourself in the mirror and saying, can I win a Super Bowl with this guy? And the last is the break glass in case of emergency, BPA, big playability. In the NFL, the best laid plans get laid to waste. That's what defensive coordinators specialize in. When all hell breaks loose, what are you going to do to break the defense? You break the perfect coverage. You break the perfect pass rush. You break the perfect call because you are just built different. You see Josh Allen do it all the time. You see Lamar do it. You see Mahomes do it. You see Burrow do it. Those 3 questions. Here are the 8 undisputed top 10 QBs according to us, you the fans, the voting, the whole bit. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Hurts, Daniels, Stafford, Herbert. Do we have slight disagreements? Of course we do. But the consensus is the consensus. You now have 4 quarterbacks for 2 spots. Goff, Baker, Love, Stroud. And the Goff conversation has sparked a lot of conversation. David, I want to check in on Ticket Text quickly, then we'll go to the calls.
Goff chokes in the biggest game, always has. It's who he is, not top 10.
Okay.
Goff is way better pre-snap than the rest of the list. I think that alone gets him in. That is Jake in traffic.
I would need to listen. I don't deny pre-snap diagnosis, how quickly he can read a defense. But here's what he lacks. The BPA. The BPA is not there. Now, you can talk about the air yards, but we're talking about when the pass rush is there. And again, you can be good against the blitz. That's not the same thing as people hanging all over you. The blitz just means you're able to process, get the ball out. And all jokes aside about mobile Goff season, 4-yard runs and 40-yard runs are different things. The only real non-mobile QB in this list so far would be Stafford. But Stafford still has some of the best arm talent in the league. And Stafford specializes in waiting, holding that football, staring down the barrel of a gun, a train barreling down the tracks, and he'll still cut it loose 30 yards down the field. Meanwhile, his head is rolling the opposite way. It's just not the same as Goff. Go ahead, David.
Well, someone wants to somewhat debate that. They say Goff's BPA is the deep ball. Would argue he is elite in getting the ball downfield. See YPA and total yard stats.
Nope, you don't get. Now, hold on. Now, I've defended Goff by saying, listen, he throws an accurate ball that allows for the yards after catch, the yak. People routinely will call in saying, J-Mo's too fast for him. You don't get to have it both ways. Is Jared Goff going to throw it 40, 50 yards down the field? No. But he will lead the league in throws of over 15 yards. Mm-hmm. It's different. I agree with a lot of it. But remember, we sit here every day and fans attack Goff. And they say because he doesn't throw 50 yards down the field. So it's very hard.
Right. They say because he's not mobile, because he can't scramble, because he can't pick up 15, 20 yards.
Mobile Goff season. He's great for about 4.
Right.
Great 4-yard scramble.
I mean, when I'm doing over-unders at 5.5 and 6.5 yards, that says a lot. That's just one play for Lamar.
Goff is absolutely on the top 10 current quarterbacks in the NFL. I would not take Love, Stroud, or Herbert over him. Ooh. That is from Marlon. That's tough, isn't it?
I understand the Jordan Love thing because you're betting on the come. You're betting off the injuries. I understand that, but boy, Stroud, Justin Herbert. Now look, you say Herbert needs to win big games. I agree, but guess what? The 15 come from behind wins. A modicum of a running game, and look at what Herbert blossomed into. I understand the 0-2 in the playoffs. I got news for you. The Lions, are we sure Goff is going to win? You got to have the conversation. Right. You're up 17 on the road. Let me ask you a question. If you're up 17 on the road, does Mahomes let that lead slip? Does Allen? Does Lamar? Does Burrow? Does Hurts? I mean, Daniels was the guy who put a bullet in you. Does Stafford? Does Herbert? 17 now. Herbert blew a lead to the Jags 2 years ago.
Herbert did blow a lead.
We can red flag that. But the point is, that is on his resume, both in Frisco and what went down against the Commanders.
Mike, I don't think Baker loses a 17-point lead.
Oh, they're going to run you out
I
of town?
I don't know about that one.
David,
that
I
can
don't
be
think
debated, but I don't know.
No, because you know what? Baker would just do whatever it takes in those fourth down plays. Screw it. I know. I'm just going to call my own number. I'm running.
Don't we agree Baker has better BPA than Goff?
Yes.
Now, here's the question. Does Baker have a better supporting cast?
No.
David, and the reason why I'll say Baker is because one guy who I would love to put on the list, but he had a bad year, is Purdy. And in that game, he called his own number. He broke plays. He used his legs. He picked up first downs. They came back and won.
Yeah, but I don't know if I can win a Super Bowl with Purdy.
I mean, you can get to overtime. Does that count?
You can get to the second half of an NFC title game. You know, what does it mean? It means nothing.
That actually means a little more, but I get what you're saying.
I'm proud of Rico, guys. I just want to say that.
I am not.
Okay. We'll go to Mike in Clinton Township. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. It's great listening to you guys because as you're going through your greatest show on turf, placing them in the top 10, I think we're forgetting that there was a stretch this season that was unbelievable that Jared Goff went through. We were talking about the greatest show on turf being here. 25 touchdowns, 20 interceptions, or 20 incompletions, not interceptions, incompletions, 5 games. Have you ever seen any quarterback pull a 5-game stretch better than that?
I mean, I'm sure the Peyton Manning season we talked about, but your point is taken, Mike. He had an elite 5-week run. And now we got to be fair about one thing. That schedule, now in retrospect,
it was very fair. And Mike, I would say this, the thing that it was a good 5-week window, but the greatest show on turf did it an entire season.
It's also a different era of football, that's all.
He did it a lot longer, too, on his stats than just that 5, but that 5 was the elite stretch. I remember talking to you, Mike, when Aiden went down, and you were like, the season's over. And then we pulled out a season. Sure, we lost in the playoffs, but the season didn't end. I think people are underestimating the season Goff had last year. Like you asked me, how many quarterbacks would have made the Lions better last year? And I don't actually think it's all that many.
Okay.
There's only a couple.
Do you want to go down the list for fun? Let's just have some fun. There's no rush. All right, so I'm going to start at the top. And just and Rico, no arguments. Okay. I want Mike to just give his opinion. Mahomes.
Yes.
Allen.
Better. Yes.
Lamar.
Him, no, because he doesn't make the accurate throws the Lions received on.
We just became best friends. I hate Lamar. This is great. So, Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow,
Uh-oh.
The only thing, okay, here's my thing about
No
Joe
arguments,
Burrow.
Mike.
I know.
He's had 2 great seasons in there, but I just haven't seen enough of him. I'd say yes,
okay,
but not by much.
Jalen Hurts.
To Burrow last year, just last year, because he didn't miss. Like we talk about big playability. You keep mentioning that.
Yeah.
But what we're not talking about is hitting the throw on 2nd and 6, so you're never in 3rd and 8 where you need a big playability.
Mm-hmm.
Goff last year kept that offense going.
So here's the question, though, Mike, and this is kind of where we need to get to. What do you do in a post-Ben Johnson world?
That's, that's where I'm struggling on this list. If you're asking me last year, I actually have him in the top 5 last year.
And see, Mike, go ahead. Go ahead.
This year, it's kind of wait and see. It's kind of some of the ones that you said before, like Daniels in Washington. Is he going to have a repeat, or is he going to have a sophomore slump? Herbert in San Diego. Goff for me is right now with those kind of players. Are we going to see him do last year's top 5 one, or is he going to drop down now that he lost his OC?
Mike, I'll say this. You talk about the big playability, and Goff didn't need to do it because of the whole 2nd and 6. But I need to know what happens when you take away the security blanket and everything is now going sideways. That's where some quarterbacks make their living. That's not his forte.
That to me is big playability.
I think if he can thrive without Ben Johnson, another coordinator change, they don't miss a beat, he's absolutely on the top 8. I would agree. But I think he's in the questionable category, and that's where it's fun. That's the discussion of it. And again, whether he's 8, 11, 10, not good is good. But it's fun because these top 10 lists, it becomes very difficult to just be like, no, he absolutely. I think cases are made both ways. We'll get more of the phone calls next. If you've been injured in an auto accident, now you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies who just don't care about you, enter injury attorney David Feminino. You think these companies are on your side. They're not. Get David, get paid is not just a catchphrase. It is an absolute promise, and David will get to work day one. You call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, straight to the people. We're trying to round out the top 10 of the quarterbacks. You got 4 players for 2 spots. Goff, Baker, Love, Stroud. Some yes, some no. David, the voting's still rolling on. In or out, Goff?
Mostly people are saying in.
Okay.
If you put
And
Goff on the Eagles, do they win the Super Bowl? I believe they would.
And guess what? I'm going to say no, they don't.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, they don't as well, because once again, they took away the Eagles' best asset.
And Jalen Hurts' legs, even though he was limited at times with an injury, are a huge part of that offense. And the tush-push stuff. And Jalen Hurts makes some huge throws off platform. Look, I don't think it's that easy. Now, I'm fine. If you want to put Goff there, you can. I've already said I'd put Baker over him. And I'm gonna not to be provocative. I'm serious when I say it. I put Stroud over him. I think Stroud's gonna bounce back with a vengeance. That doesn't mean Goff's bad. It just means he's at 11.
Yeah, I can't see putting Goff on the Eagles team and they win the Super Bowl. No, because you had the offense. You had all the weapons. You had not 1 but 2 running backs, a bunch of receivers, a tight end, best offensive line compared to the Eagles, and you didn't get there.
How dare you? All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Lou, 97.1. Lou, what's the good word, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing good. Need some perspective here. How many quarterbacks have won 15 regular season games? There's a total of 7. And on that list is Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Cam Newton, Joe Montana. Okay? He also took a team to the Super Bowl and then took another team to the NFC Championship game and should have won the Super Bowl. In that San Francisco game, you say put Baker Mayfield or whoever else in there. Baker Mayfield didn't drop 2 fourth-down passes. Baker Mayfield didn't fumble the ball inside the 10 or Goff, and he didn't let a ball bounce off the face mask of a defensive back that should have been an interception that turned into basically a touchdown.
Well, there was defensive holding on the play regardless.
But Lou, I will say this. He didn't drop the passes, but I do think that Baker Mayfield would have just took off and ran. And picked up the first down.
Look, here's the separator, Lou. It's fine. I mean, look, we can go point counterpoint.
Debate, yeah.
But I don't care about the regular season win mark, right? Like the 15 wins is not a part of the criteria.
You guys just talked about Tom Brady's 2007 season.
Yeah.
With 16 wins. We had 15 wins.
Okay.
You know, it never happens. I mean, he's in the last 2 seasons, Goff's 270 passing yards per game is the best among all quarterbacks. He's the best play-action passing quarterback in 2024. He had 600 more passing yards than the next highest quarterback. His quarterback completion rating last year was 72%. It was 75% on play-action passes.
Correct, and we're talking about this year because Ben Johnson ain't here. Well, hold on. Ben Johnson's not here, and your O-line got worse. So we're arguing two different things. Lou, hold on. It's important. Just calm down. Lou, you're arguing the past. I'm not. I'm not disputing any of your numbers. In the here and now, we've established Ben Johnson's gone, O-line downgrade. I have concerns about him. So you don't, that's fine.
You want a comparison?
Go ahead.
The Philadelphia Eagles 2 seasons ago lost both offensive and defensive coordinator, and their all-pro center, Kelsey, retired. What's the same thing that happened with Lions this year? Both coordinators and our center retired, right?
Right.
Exact same scenario.
Except Lou, they already had a center they were grooming, so he just walked in there and just kept it going.
Look, Lou, it's fine if you have him in the top 10. I'm not haranguing you about it. I have him at 11. You want to put him at 8? You want to put him at 7? Where do you want to put him?
I mean, obviously, you've got guys like – see, the other thing, too, is if you look over – we're at 60 years of Super Bowls, right? Out of those 60 Super Bowls, how many running quarterbacks have won? You got guys like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Terry Bradshaw, Drew Brees, Joe Montana. Those are like 5 of the greatest quarterbacks in our lifetime, and they're all pocket passers.
But here's the problem. You're citing eras that are irrelevant to today's football. And I would say Mahomes is a mover and Hurts is a mover. Now, you're right, but if we go to Montana, I mean, Lou, the average offensive tackle in Montana's prime weighed 240 pounds. It's not even the same sport. So I don't want to...
Tom Brady and Peyton Manning and Drew Brees are all in this era.
Right, except you've just named the top 2 quarterbacks in the history of the sport. We can't do that with Goff. The separator for Brady and for Manning is they're 1 and 2 in history.
And there's only 3 quarterbacks that have taken 2 different teams to a championship game. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Jared Goff.
Okay.
2 different teams. Okay.
Yeah,
And
because
it took a team like the
quarterbacks
Detroit
don't really
Lions-
move around. Once you've made a championship game, you normally play your whole career there. They threw Jared Goff in the garbage.
And I also think people are forgetting that the Detroit Lions have never been to a Super Bowl. We've always been in the basement outside of the Barry Sanders era. And yet we got a coach like Dan Campbell and a quarterback like Goff that's gotten us almost there, in that NFC Championship game, and we'll probably be getting there in the next few years. We've tried Mariucci, and we've drafted first-round picks left and right quarterbacks.
Right, Lou,
These
that's
guys are actually doing it.
Lou, that
that's
can't
irrelevant.
cloud your judgment here, though. That can't be included.
And also,
and
can
Lou,
I just say this before you and Lou talk? Look, Lou, again, I want to say it again. I defend Goff left, right, and center. It doesn't mean I have to have him at 6 or 8. I got him right outside the top 10. But again, you're living in the past with some stuff that's just not relevant to what we're doing here.
And I would say this, your own coach and Dan Campbell said, hey, guys, we may never get back here. I'm paraphrasing, but Dan Campbell knew, hey, we were on the cusp of going to the Super Bowl. We may not get back here. It's not a given. So just to say, hey, you went 15-2, and you had nothing to show for it last year.
One note, too, not busting balls. Lou, when you cited the Eagles losing both their coordinators, they didn't win the NFC East. They lost in the wild card round. I'm not sure I would want that as my evidentiary point for what the Lions are about to do. No smarm. I'm just I'm
saying.
keeping it on the level. And look, I'm not arguing Lou's points because this is not an establishment. Lou is approaching it as if this is Goff good or bad. No, that horse left the stall years ago. He's good. Mm-hmm. But when we're talking about some of these other guys, no offense to Lou, I don't want to hear about Tom Brady wasn't mobile. Great. So that's like saying Michael Jordan didn't hit a lot of threes. He's the greatest player in the history of the game, but he also played in an era where there weren't a lot of threes. The mobile quarterback has become something new. I'm not obsessed about mobile quarterback guy, but when we're doing the elite of the elite and we're using criteria, which Lou has different criteria, I do think the mobility plays into it. Yeah. It's where the game is gone.
Because I want somebody that on a 3rd and 8 or a 4th and 8, you know what? Running for it is an option every time.
I'll say this. If Goff reproduces last season with a new offensive coordinator and no line that probably just took a step backward, there is absolutely no debate next year. Not only is he top 10, he'll be in the top 8.
Yeah.
But he's got to do it. I think there's a couple red flags there. And I'm with Rico on this. If you guys aren't, that's okay. This 15-win thing is the dumbest thing in history. It netted nothing. If it's so important to you, put up a banner.
Yeah. Because your entire conference won 0. I mean, the entire division won 0 playoff games. And combined for, 44 victories?
Yeah, and here's the other thing. For as much as we thought this division was good, how did it fare in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Your divisional quarterbacks are guy in wheelchair, Jordan Love, ginger idiot, Sam Darnold, and rookie Caleb Williams. And then you factor in what the schedule really looked like. You played one high-end quarterback after the opening month of the season. That guy dump trucked this team. Now, you're right with the defensive injuries. The point I'm making is, offensively, look at the teams you were playing. It ended up the Lions had a pretty good run on it. That Niner game that was supposed to be a showdown didn't matter. Niner season was over. Mm-hmm. You got the Vikings at the end of the year. You played Sam Darnold for a chips down game.
And you showed the Vikings, they are who we thought they were. They weren't that good.
I think there's something to prove here, and it has nothing to do with 15 wins. Right. It has to do with transition, and can you continue just carrying the torch, and can they have the success they haven't had? If Goff does that, there is absolutely no argument.
Right.
But that's the fun of this. Lou didn't seem like he was having fun.
No.
All right.
Lou, I don't know if you saw, Lou had him as a top 5.
And that is fine.
Which
I'm
means
not going to
you
yell
tell
about
a lot of guys, take a step back. I don't see it that way.
All right. Sunshine's got everybody thinking about weekends up north and arguments about Goff, Moran, Buick, GMC right now. A 25 Sierra Crew Cab, $229 a month. Sierra is perfect for the boat, the camper, the jet skis. Yet enough room for the whole family. 25 Buick Envista, $319 a month. Both 24-month leases, $999 down. You go to MoranExpress.com, you'll find exactly what you need. Moran Certified Service, you get the loaner, you go about your day. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. If you're just joining, it's been all about quarterbacks today. The debate about Goff, is he a top 10 QB? ESPN's list, voted on by coaches and executives and scouts. He came in at number 8. We've had people as low as 15. We had a caller last hour, caller Lou, I believe, had him at 5. Where does Goff fall in this? And our criteria for the list, bit different. 1, what's greater, the quarterback's abilities or the supporting cast around him? I think that should matter. 2, can you win a Super Bowl with this player? Only you can answer the question. And 3, what we called BPA, big playability. What do you do when all hell breaks loose and you have to break the defense? The coverage is perfect. Pass protection is not perfect. And you still are able to kill a defense. You see the Mahomes of the world do it, the Josh Allens. I think the guys who have it are for sure top 10 guys, and the guys who don't, it's the question. Goff is in that question. Mm-hmm. Now, if you have Goff at 11, it doesn't mean you think he's bad. Not at all. He's a very good player, clearly. But it's fun to have this discussion. So 248-539-9797, and the players we have that are no doubters, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Hurts, Daniels, Stafford, Herbert. And then the last 4 is where things have gotten muddy. Goff, Baker, Love, Stroud. 4 quarterbacks for 2 spots. And that's where the debate lies. For Goff, if you're just going to cite stats, that's probably a different conversation than we're having, which is, okay, no Ben Johnson, offensive line downgrade. I think that calls a few things into question for a guy who's very well insulated and is awesome in the system, and the relationship he had with Ben Johnson was superb.
And if you're going to say Goff, well, they went 15-2, didn't get it done. 15-2 got you nothing at the end of the year. It was a great ride, but you look at the level of teams that you played, and you can only play who's on your schedule, but it wasn't a great schedule.
248-539-9797. We can get to the people. And is Goff on that top 10? And how to rank him. And if you have an issue, a grievance with anybody on that list, have at it. For instance, Rico's got Hurts way higher than ESPN. ESPN had him 9. Rico has him 5. Some people had an issue with Jaden Daniels. I actually had my opinion changed by the very criteria I put on the list. If you think Jaden Daniels shouldn't be there because it was 1 year, we can do that. It's all there for you. Let's go over to Roman, 97.1. Roman, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, boys?
Good.
Good. So basically my take is I honestly think Baker should be higher than a guy like Herbert on that list. I think he should be up in that top 8.
Okay.
And I think Goff should be that 10th guy.
So Goff at 10, Baker at 8. Who's at 9, just if I can ask?
9, I would still keep Herbert there.
Okay. All right.
Even though Herbert doesn't have that BPA like you guys were talking about earlier, he still is one of the better quarterbacks when it comes to arm talent and how he makes plays, especially with not having the greatest wide receiver core around him.
No, I'm with you. I mean, when we get to actually ranking these, I got a feeling that Baker Mayfield is going to be a lot higher than Justin Herbert. Herbert on my list, but he probably will come in at 10 for me.
Yeah, and the Baker thing, I mean, Roman, I'm with you, is that I think a lot more is asked of him, and it's just straight up, he's got to line up and throw it 50 times. You can cite Goff pass attempts, but they come with structure, with play action, with an unbelievable ground game. A lot of times for Baker, the O-line stinks, the running game is hit or miss, and Baker's just got to grip it and rip it, and he does it. And if you put him in a system like this with a Ben Johnson last year or with insulation like this team has, I do wonder if you would get even more. It's all hypothetical, but I'm with you. I would put Baker 1 or 2 spots ahead of Goff.
Oh, for sure. And then also, like, going on with Baker, look at what he did even in Cleveland, or even that, like, 2-game span that he had with the Rams when he only, like, had 24 hours to know the playbook.
Yeah.
He didn't have the greatest of teams, and all he was doing was Someone was out there. He's chucking the ball, and it's going there.
The dumbest thing ever was the kid sacrificed his body and played with a shredded labrum for the Browns, and all he got rewarded was slander and thrown in the garbage. He did exactly what everybody asked quarterbacks to do. Play hurt, be tough, be a leader. Oh, well, his play has suffered. Right. His shoulder's hanging off his body. And now Cleveland kind of poetically has gotten what they deserve.
They're worse. And you know what? Sometimes, Mike, you win by losing, and he's sitting there saying, I'm in Florida, I'm playing for a playoff team, and you're still drafting quarterbacks.
Plural.
Yeah.
John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. How you boys doing?
Good.
Hey, John.
Great. Thanks for taking my call, as always. I think that you're spot on with Hurts needs to be higher. Baker Mayfield also definitely needs to be higher. And Goff, I mean, he's really got – he came from a previous era. And if we were having this conversation 5 or 6 years ago, he'd be ranked much higher. But in the modern game, you have to have a scramble ability. You have to be a mobile quarterback. And because of that, he goes down. He's a gunslinger. No one should be able to take that from him. But if we're ranking this now, he belongs right there in that 10 spot. I think Baker needs to be above him. I think Stroud needs to be above him. They both have more weapons that's asked of the modern quarterback.
Stroud is case in point. Has very little pass protection, but is just such a gifted thrower, and especially down the field. I don't have a problem with it. And again, John, just like we're projecting maybe a little step back for the Lions and Goff, I am projecting a step up for Stroud. Both of those are projection. I can't prove it, but I'm with you on the Stroud part.
Same. I mean, here in Detroit, there's going to be guys with 15-2 tattooed on their arms for the next 30 years because that's the high watermark that anyone got to see in generations here. And that's why you keep getting every caller, 15-2, 15-2.
I think in a lot of ways, Johnny, it's the worst thing that could have happened to this fan base. The 15-2 hides a lot of reality. And in the end, you're not putting a banner up for it. You didn't win a single playoff game. Let's be clear. You know, like when Caller Lou got all angry at me about the 07 Patriots, that team went to the Super Bowl and lost in the fourth quarter. It was an undefeated season. Like, the Lions had some smoke and mirrors going on. And I know that the defensive injuries hurt them. But the whole point is, I'm not going to celebrate any year I didn't win a single playoff game. And if people are hanging on to that as a justification for what they think this year is going to be, I think they're not in a good headspace.
I agree with that. We in Detroit have had finally something to be excited about, and now we're not being realistic with our expectations. We lost the best coordinator in the game, who not only was he talented in every aspect that you want from an offensive coordinator, but he also had, like you've been talking about, a great relationship with the quarterback, a quarterback that's willing to get on board with the program and maybe sacrifice some of his own ego to do what he's being coached to do. And not all quarterbacks have that ability.
And you lose an all-pro center, and you lost a Pro Bowl guard, and you lose an all-pro defensive tackle for at least 8 games. And look, there's a lot there. And I still think they're going to win 10, 11 games. Yeah, I think it's absolutely plausible. But
for sure.
It's a step back.
They have a chance to be a wild card, but...
And I can't tell you they're going to win the division. And again, I know we're straying from the Goff topic.
Right.
Look, I just think if the team steps back, it means the quarterback steps back.
Yeah, and your second round pick not in camp yet.
Well, all right, I knew you were going to do that. None of the second round picks
I
are
know,
in camp.
but I'm not.
They all want guaranteed deals now because 2 teams lost their mind and fully guaranteed second rounders.
Understand.
I didn't do it. You can't even blame me. I don't have no drop.
So Mike labels all of that stuff, and I'm like, yeah, and they don't have their second round pick.
Oh, that fits for both of you guys. What are you talking about? That's not just you.
I thought
That's
the second round. I thought the Tate Ratledge thing was a little.
No. And it's just like, no, I get it, but you need him there for this offensive line,
and he needs to be good,
and he needs to hit the ground running, and this is not helping. Yeah, you almost have to cave and be like, okay.
Well, no, all teams do. This is ridiculous, and this is what the NFL does. Look at the Shamar Stewart thing. Did you read the report today? He's back at Texas A&M working out. Bengals first round pick?
You know what? I didn't read that, but I just kind of assumed that that's what he was going to end up doing. Is just going back home and saying, you know what, I'm going to just work out for the rest of the year.
Here's the problem. In order for him to go back to college and play, he's going to have to go to court. Problem number 2 is, even if he goes back to A&M, the Bengals still retain his rights next year. And if you haven't followed the story, guys, Shamar Stewart simply wants a contract that's commensurate with the last 800 first-round picks. The Bengals want to change the language, taking away some of the guarantees.
See, I thought it was a loophole where he could get himself into next year's draft. No?
Nope.
Okay.
He would have to sit from all football activities for
And see,
a year.
And that's what I thought. He was just going back there to work out. I didn't think he was trying to get back on the
They'd
team.
still own his rights. And actually, in the NIL world, it's probably best for him to go back, collect $2.5 million, play college football, but the problem will be, at the end of it, hi, it's me again, and it's the Bengals.
Am I going in the draft? Well, there's no point. You've already been drafted.
Correct. 248-539-9797. Paying noticeably higher energy bills in the summer just to keep your home cool it's an annoyance, no question. Probably means your roof isn't ventilated appropriately and your windows are just not sealing properly. Those are problems. Get them fixed. Let Victor's Home Solutions give you the diagnosis, a free 21-point roof inspection and window inspection for that matter. They'll go over every square inch of the roof and attic, make sure it's properly ventilated, carefully examine every window in your home, and make sure you are not losing AC there as well. The best part, most of the problems, a simple, inexpensive fix will cover it. Let Victor's, again, do that diagnosis with a 21-point roof and window inspection. 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. All right, good talk. David, a few ticket checks. Rico, come on, man. Get it together. David, the ticket text, please.
Ticket text here says, there is a valid argument for every guy, but you are underselling Goff's elite accuracy, football IQ, and his ability to get the ball out quick without taking hits or sacks. That is Eric from Bloomfield.
But hold on. How much of that is scheme? See, the Ben Johnson thing is only going to get proven in real time. I am concerned about it. Others may not be. Totally okay. Free country. But I can't until I see it to believe it. I refuse to do what the morning show does. Basically, they've turned Ben Johnson into Ray Liotta at the end of Hannibal, eating his own brain. Like all of a sudden, now that he's not with the Lions, he's a moron. Okay, I'm not doing that. Because I had people here in this town telling me, no, his kids love the schools. He'll never leave us. 3 months later, he's eating his brain with a side of fava beans. It just depends what your perspective is.
The fanboys in this town crack me up. If Goff was so good, why was he traded in his prime? Tell me a QB traded in his prime that won a Super Bowl. I'll wait. That's from Hans, the Uber driver.
How about one that's even been to one? And look, Goff was young. We have to be careful writing the story there. But they clearly had red flags with him. And when the opportunity came, and remember, they started.
McVay just launched him out of a cannon.
Yeah, they started John Wofford in a playoff game over him. Now, when Stafford became available, they made the move. Well, guess what? It worked. They won a Super Bowl. And it worked here. We got the draft capital and a quarterback to rehabilitate. Goff is good.
Right, but look, this is a topic for another day, but until we win a Super Bowl here, they still won the trade.
That's true, unless you care about the 15-2 banner. Go ahead, David.
Goff is the most, wow, okay. Abel?
I mean, they did go 15-2.
Goff is the most accurate QB in the league, but can be knocked down by the lack of athleticism, which means he has no BPA, big play ability.
So let me ask a question. Right here, right now, if Lion fans had the opportunity, Jared Goff or Baker Mayfield, all things equal. No, because we've had plenty of Lion fans call in and say he's not top 10.
Oh, I know. If realistically speaking, yeah, I think Baker Mayfield just has that it factor. And I'm glad to know, listening to what other GMs and NFL executives say, he's just that guy. Yeah,
all right, so
for the guy who, like, well, you know what, he didn't drop the pass. Yeah, he would have ran for it and got it.
Goff or Herbert?
Goff.
Goff over Justin Herbert. Interesting. Okay. No, I'm not mad at you. I was surprised.
I told you, Herbert right there is sitting at 10.
Goff or Stroud?
Stroud.
See, that's where, if you want to pin people down, you start doing the head-to-head stuff. Because when you say top 10 and you go, well, bro, there's no question, it's top 10. All right, now let me put names to that top 10. And I said it to you, those top 8, it's very hard. And look, if people want Daniels out of that top 10, I understand it based on one season. I do. But the same projection you're putting out there for that, you would have to put on Goff for the loss of 2 Pro Bowl linemen and his OC.
And I think the other one, Mike, is we really didn't have time for is Love with Green Bay.
The problem is people have Packer derangement syndrome. They can't talk about the Packers in an unemotional way because they hate them, because they got drilled by them for their entire life. Jordan Love's season last year got completely derailed, knee injury in game 1 playing in Brazil, and then the elbow injury where he couldn't feel his arm. Bit of a problem for a quarterback. If you just draw a line through it and you go back to 2 years ago healthy, he was trending to be a top 5 QB. I think there's every chance in the world Jordan Love is a lock to be on this list. Look, if you told me right now the Packers win this division, would I be surprised in the least? Nope. No. So I'm with you, but people here can't do it.
See, Mike, you're so right. It's similar to the caller we had earlier, and there are plenty of texters that have said it, but I have not read them.
Yes.
Saying, oh, well, Goff has taken us the furthest we've ever been. But that doesn't matter in this conversation. We're talking about top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
Period.
And it's all, listen, outside, and here's the key thing to remember when we're talking about this. There's a reason we established the unshakables. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and Burrow. Those are the top 4. I don't see that changing.
Right.
It would take a lot. But even if it changed, nothing would occur that they go outside of the top 10. Everybody else on this list, including Hurts and Daniels and Stafford and Herbert and Goff and Baker, Love, Stroud, all could be on the list. All could easily be outside that top 10. So that's why we set it up that way.
Right. And I mean, I like how you did that. Now, if you just say, okay, Goff or this person to be the quarterback of your team, it's that trade factor. I said, if you don't forget about the money. If you had the opportunity going into the season, you could have Goff or Jalen Hurts. Which one would you take? Goff or Daniels? Which one would you take?
All right, hold on. Slow your roll. Slow down. I'm still thinking about the first one.
Okay, Goff or Hurts.
I don't like Jalen Hurts like you do. I think the fact they had to throw it 200 times less. Look, I actually agreed with ESPN's ranking of Hurts at 9 if Goff is at 8. If Hurts is at 11, Goff's at 10. For me.
Right, but I would look at the way.
But Hurts has legs, man.
And the way the Lions run the ball, he would be their third running back if he had to. So, yes, he would throw the ball less. He would run more than Goff. He would be more almost running like a college type of offense with the 2 running backs he has in the backfield.
Yep.
So,
you know what? Here's the thing, too. The problem is both Hurts and Goff carried by their supporting cast. But one guy's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one of them, and he was the best player in both Super Bowls.
Correct.
All right, I'll go Hurts. So, you said Goff or Daniels?
Yeah.
But I can't factor in the contract?
No contract. They're both free. You can just have them.
Daniels. I admit it. Sky's the limit for Daniels. I think the limit, I think for Goff, as Michael Jordan once said, the ceiling is the roof.
The floor is the roof.
What? I think we know what the best of Goff is, and I don't think it will ever be best player in Super Bowl good.
Right.
He can win one, but I don't think it'll be that.
CJ or Goff? CJ Stroud or Goff?
CJ.
I'd probably go CJ.
Now let's have some fun. Stafford or Goff?
Stafford.
Hold on, guys. You got to factor. First of all, it's an unfair question. I cannot imagine him back here.
I'm sure Kelly would love to be back.
Stafford. I can't believe it.
So
Stafford.
hold on. I say Stafford, and Mike says, hold on, you got to.
I know. I'm trying to be open-minded.
No, I get it. I understand.
And we did Baker Mayfield or Goff?
I'm abstaining.
Goff.
I love Baker. I have to abstain. I'm biased. I can't.
That's not how it works.
Okay.
Goff.
Okay, Baker. I'll take Baker.
Yeah, I take Baker as well.
I wonder what Baker would look like in this offense. I wonder what the verticality would be with J-Mo. And as good as Goff has been, and he's found J-Mo on some big ones, dude, Baker grips it and rips it, man. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you start looking at what this could be with these monsters, with this running game, with that O-line. Here's the other thing. This is where Baker wins. Baker's had a new offensive coordinator every year in this league. Oh, you just got comfortable with Liam Cohen? Too bad he's gone. Oh, you got comfortable with Dave Canales? Oh, he's gone. Oh, Sean McVay likes you. Just kidding. You're gone. He's had a new coordinator every year.
So he's not a product of the system is what you're saying.
No, basically he rises above it. And as you said, just takes the reins. I don't care who calls the offense. It's my offense. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Yeah, I was 2 plays away from being homeless. Now I'm back in the league. I'm hungry. And after you.
And again, even saying this. So if Goff's QB 12 or 9 or 11, he's still good.
Right.
He's still good for us. But I think it's a good exercise because last year I think people lost their souls. Goff's the best QB in football. I go, okay, well, hold on. And I like Goff, but MVP?
Bro,
what?
The chance started happening at games that he wasn't there. Like, is he here? No, we just want to chant his name. Okay.
Well, beats watching the Wings.
All right. That was just unnecessary.
But real. Why was Jared Goff emanating through LCA? Oh, wait, the Wings are down 5-1 to the Senators.
That was the only thing emanating out of LCA those nights.
Outside a stench.
Yes.
Hey, it's all right. This is the year. Stevie gets it.
Take me back to the Al McInnes days. We were just watching it outside.
No, you were
I need
watching
that.
it. I said to you, get a life. It's July. Turn this crap.
Expletive.
I'm like,
you called me a loser, and then we
I said,
went on with
Kenny,
it.
it's July 15th. You're watching Calgary Flames 1989 on NHL Network.
It was St. Louis 2002.
Oh, even better.
Brett Hull, Luke Robitaille.
Yeah, with the trumpet shoulder patch Blues era. I know.
Rookie Datsuk.
Ooh, don't worry. Steve's going to find one of those soon enough. Hey. Or not.
I did my part.
Get to a football today next. 97.1.
To defy the odds, you have to risk everything and take chances. At Old Nation Brewing Company, we did just that. From an unknown startup brewery to standing alongside national craft brands in just under a decade, we remain one of the last of the large, independently owned breweries in Michigan. Our beer is respectfully brewed using only the highest quality ingredients, and we don't cut corners. With the times changing for everyone, one thing that stays the same is Old Nation's respect for great beer and the people who love it. We're growing in cans produced and fans made. When you taste our beer, you'll know why.
Oh, guys, I need my regular confines back, guys.
Hey, you're working through it. We appreciate it. Renovations are not seamless. You're good. Relax.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's talk about the best teams in the NFL since the year 2000.
Oh, geez.
So I'm going to get a couple guesses. Now, mind you.
All right, hold on. Take it easy with that microphone. You sound like you're strangulating it.
You do not have to win a Super Bowl to be one of the best teams. I do want to say that.
Okay, so let's start here. The greatest team I've ever seen in my life, and they didn't win the Super Bowl, the 07 Patriots.
The 2007 Patriots are on this list. They are number 1, I believe.
Yeah, they went undefeated. They had a better margin of victory than anyone in history.
Yeah.
They added Randy Moss for no good reason. They were an absolute freight train, and they lost to a 500 Giants team in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they're number 1. Yep. 99 percentile offense, 94 percentile defense. They're one of the best teams ever. So, yeah.
It was just something I've never seen. No Chiefs team compares. No Bronco team compare.
But somehow they left plaques open in the hands.
No, it was more about the Giants having 8 pass rushers, rotating and just harassing Brady nonstop. Yeah. And look, best team in the history of the league. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that regular season ended and you all gave them a tough.
Yeah, they played the Giants on a Sunday night at MetLife. Or Giant Stadium, excuse me, and it was a barn burner. But the Giants just couldn't keep up. But what it did was it gave Spagnuolo tape. It gave the Giants a chance to calibrate. And look, remember, the Giants had to go on the road at Tampa, at Dallas, at Green Bay. I was there. And then they got another shot at it. And the Patriots ended up in a dogfight. The Giants dragged them into the mud. They weren't going to play a 38-35 game. And they got him. If they play that game 10 times, the Giants win it once. And that's the one
that counted.
Yeah, and that's it.
Okay.
All right, my work is done. I did it all.
Give me a guess, Rico.
I'm going to go 2000 Ravens.
2000 Ravens. Wow. I do not see them on
because
this
they had a
list.
0 percentile offense and 100 percentile defense.
Wow.
Remember, you're not getting on this list with Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, they are not on this list, Rico.
Okay, all right. Greatest show on turf. Rams, 2001.
The 2001 Rams are on this list. They are in the top 10.
Okay. I made it.
Well, you're fine.
You said
you're fine. But it's interesting because it's a role reversal. The 01 Patriots the Patriots did to the Rams what the Giants did to the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
That 01 Patriot team, ratty, tryhards, little-known QB no one had really heard of nationally named Tom Brady. That Ram team, you couldn't stop. Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, and that basketball on grass Joe Tiller approach right around the same time frame. You couldn't stop. You didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, greatest show. Yeah.
I will say this, Rico. I apologize. Baltimore's 13th on this list. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And number 10, the number 10 is the Rams.
I think you should be disqualified if Trent Dilfer's your quarterback.
It works, man. What can you say?
No. Look, I remember that Ravens team. I wasn't old enough to truly appreciate the 85 Bears, okay? And the Giant defenses of 87, 90, I was old enough. But that Ravens defense in 2000, never saw anything like it. I haven't seen anything like it since. I drove home to surprise my dad for the Super Bowl. I drove home from college. I should have never got in the car. The Ravens, it was like a mob movie. They put the plastic bag over the Giants' head and just squeezed. And I swear Kerry Collins owed the mob money.
Basically, just let it go.
Just go to sleep. Yeah, go to sleep.
I have a guess for this one is for David, actually. That Packers team like 10 years ago that beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl? Maybe 15 years ago?
It's more like 15 years ago.
I was going to say.
That was the 2010 Green Bay Packers. Won 14-6 and beat the Steelers 31-25.
Hate to see that.
Any other guesses out there, guys?
Hold on. No. But here's the interesting part of it. You thought what you saw with Aaron Rodgers there.
Yes.
That he was going to be on a track to win 3 or 4 Super Bowls. The fact is, he never got back to one.
Yeah.
That is a scarlet letter to me.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the first of many.
And that includes the ha-ha Clinton-Dix game in Seattle.
You know what I'll say? Joe Burrow kind of feels that way, right?
It's possible.
Went to one, and I was like, go to more.
Dan Marino went to one and never got
back. Is this
back.
the Dan Marino?
But again, it was greatness, and he had some unbelievable individual years. But Aaron Rodgers has lost off a bye as a home team, number one seed in the NFL, more than he's gotten to Super Bowls. That's
right.
a problem. He did it back-to-back years, including Tirico's Niners.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of teams on this list. Let's finish out the top 10. Rico, you had the Rams 2001 at number 10 there. Number 9 is the 2019 Kansas City Chiefs that went 15-4 and beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl.
Yep, remember that? We can
Niners
move on.
had him, too.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Jimmy G with the overthrow in the fourth quarter, they had him. But that was more vintage Chiefs. There was explosion. There was verticality. It was a different team than this dredgery we see now that the officials save on a weekly basis.
David, I know you're getting ready. Are the last year's, is it recency bias last year's Eagles?
Last year's Eagles is within this top 10.
Oh, okay.
They are within this top 10, so
Hard
I
to
will
argue.
get to it.
No, just say it right now.
They're number 4.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't have a huge problem with it. They won the line of scrimmage both ways all year. Hall of Fame running back, cheat code offensive play. And again, they were just they won it by brute force. That's how I would describe it. But here's this is again, and I hope people in this town have learned. That Eagle team, as great as they are, remember Matthew Stafford had 3 cracks from the 16-yard line in the snow in Philly with a chance to go win that game. As great as they were.
Well, and remember.
Just watch your disco shirts, everybody.
And remember, we were all lined up because they were ready to prepare to beat the Eagles at home the very next week.
I think that was other people priming their pumps. Yes, David.
Since we're at Philadelphia, I'll give number 5 because it is also Philadelphia.
Philly
it's the
special.
Philly special when they won against the Patriots 41-33, one of the highest scoring Super Bowls in NFL history.
My problem is not only did they do it with Nick Foles, which would disqualify them from the greatness quotient.
Come on, man.
No, but hold on. That game, somehow the Lions didn't watch the actual game footage where Hala Vala Ramalama Ding Dong Vaitai gave up 9 pressures in one game, and we still signed him.
The Quinn era, man. The Quinn era.
Come on, Nick Foles. Great characteristics.
Also,
Can we go back to the part where we paid a lineman who gave up 9 pressures in one game?
David summed it up best. That was the Quintricia era. We just move on. It happened. We'll acknowledge it, and we'll move on.
Okay, move on.
Yeah, let's finish the top 5 here with Philly at 5-4.
Wow.
3, the 2004 New England Patriots at 17-2, who beat the Eagles 24-21.
Great Super Bowl. That was a TO, broken leg, hyperbaric chamber game. No, those Patriot teams up until sign stealing and all the rest. But from 01 through 07, it just felt like they got better and better and better and better. And then there was
a little bit of cheating.
Some things.
And then number 2, the 2013 Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl, beat the Broncos 43-8. They went 16-3 that year.
Yeah, was that the MetLife Super Bowl? Was that the game in New York?
I believe so.
Like the first play of the game was like a 90-yard pick six, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let me ask this question.
Was Mr. Dangerous there?
Mr. Dangerous. Would the Bronco team where Manning threw like 100 touchdowns to Wes Welker? I forget what year this was. Did the Broncos make this list?
I'm looking.
That offense was
Is that the 2013 Broncos that lost to the Seahawks?
It may have been.
Yes, that's the same team. Yeah, 15-4. Yes, they are on here.
Okay. I mean, that offense, and I know we only remember the Broncos winning with Franken Manning at quarterback, but the year prior, oh my God, it was an offense. It was greatest show on turf like.
Yeah, yes. Peyton Manning threw for over 5,400 yards, 55 touchdowns.
And 54 of them were to Wes Welker.
Felt like it.
It was insane. But how about that? The better of those two teams loses the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. They come back with Zombie Manning the next year and win the Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh. They topped 35 points 10 times during the regular season at Broncos team.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
David, it was a fantasy lover's dream. Let's just put it like that.
Well, wow, I forgot about that team. That's crazy. That is in football today.
All right, weather's got everybody going all over the place, including up north. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. You need a ride? They got you covered. You can lease the all-new 25 Trax, $279 a month, 36-month lease. Or skip the gas station altogether with the Doug Karsh Edition 25 Equinox EV, $199 a month, 24 months. Both deals only at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast and easy at moranexpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay. Really good time today talking quarterbacks and having some fun and reading the ESPN executive poll. And the Goff question, look, here's the reality. It's only going to get settled as the season starts. Some people have him tucked inside the top 10. Other people have him outside of it. The bottom line is you have a quarterback, I think we all agree. If everything goes right, you can win a Super Bowl with him. But there is a distinct difference between the haves and have-nots. There's a distinct difference from the elite to Jared Goff, and that's okay.
I mean, it's kind of like the Hall of Fame argument. The top four, I think there was no argument. After that, you were trying to say, okay, with this guy over this guy. Yep. But yeah, the top four, we all were like, yeah, these guys, they're the cream of the crop.
Now, tomorrow is the Stoney and Wojo Invitational, a tradition like none other. We started the day, Mike Stone joined us for the first segment. We debuted the #1 seeds. We debuted the region names. Stoney offered some reseeding corrections for Dave.
Yep.
Bob, I want to offer you the same ability to do this because tomorrow from 2 o'clock on, it turns into...
mayhem.
Yes.
Absolute mayhem. No, I heard earlier you had this the Godfather in. I agreed with his suggestions. Yeah, there was one. Honestly, I went through it and with a fine-tooth comb, just visually, perceptually, I think you guys got it right. And I do think the couple of Stoney suggestions were good. I'm looking at your guys' brackets. All the necessary ones are there. Kenny talking about Oral Roberts.
We do have a twist this year, which
Valenti
is
talking about his basketball players when you were the owner of
Donald
the Clippers.
Sterling.
Yes.
Well, Joe, can I bring you behind the scenes?
Yes, please do.
Because you're saying you guys' legends is looking great. Suggestions from Stoney, they continued after he left the studio.
He just didn't stop, is what happened.
He
wouldn't
completely
leave.
reseeded 1 through 16 for that
Your region. He rewrote the whole thing.
Why didn't you tell me that? Because I do like it as it is now, but I didn't see how it was before.
I will show you what it is before. He completely redid everything.
Yeah, he redid it from top to bottom.
And so what you see is what he did. I just typed it up.
Considering 11 of the 16 are him saying something untoward, I can understand that.
Now, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an early... You're the prognosticator. You are Wojadamas. Is there an early favorite in your mind?
Well, I didn't hear what you said. If you go on like test of time and touches all the bases, I think it'll be hard to beat Stoney betting down his sister.
What about this one, Wojo?
I mean, in bed with his sister. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
What about this one?
Yeah. See, no, that was great. Kilpatrick, when that was P. Diddy coming to town. But I sort of agreed with Stoney's logic that I think the ones that are better are things that you guys or us, words from us, are saying as opposed to somebody else.
That's fair.
Yeah, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, like we've had our fun with the Bill O'Reilly drop. Things
Right.
of that nature. You're right. It's always funnier when it's just, pick.
When we're making...
Or...
Yes, when we're making fun of ourselves. Because he wanted to knock down the Kid Rock one. Right. It's funny, but it's Kid Rock being funny.
I think the
not
context of the Kid Rock thing, where Stoney is there post-NBA championship, 3 Bud Heavies deep, and Kid Rock's like, look, you're creeping me out. He's over here trying to get laid.
Yeah.
My favorite one is still my favorite one, and you know what my favorite one is, the one from the pyramid thing you used to do. No, that's NC State's football helmets.
Is that when Tommy Lee did them? And
Yes.
yes.
It's still my favorite.
The pyramid scheme was the all-time because we got people to say things, myself included, that you can't even believe came out of your mouth.
Do we David, can you play it one time?
Oh, which one? Oh, yeah.
The one.
Yeah. This is your favorite.
It is. No. Stoney.
Yeah.
The pyramid one.
Mhm.
Tommy Lee.
Jeez, I haven't heard that one before.
You could hear the clock ticking in the back.
It's ridiculous.
That's what makes
Do
it
you
so
understand
good.
the genesis of this was one day when Stoney was filling in for Rico? He goes, "You're never going to believe what I have." I go, "What?" So he plays this off his phone. I go, "Wait, you have access to all the old stuff?" I go, "Mike, we can do a legacy bracket. And then we can tie it in with the legacy stuff from every iteration of this show. And then it adds a whole layer to this idiocy that we do every summer."
I remember the day that Stoney found that secret trove of because all day I kept getting texts with another one of
Shocking.
blasting through my phone. It'll be great. All the same rules, right?
Yep.
One veto each, one
Correct.
mutual veto.
And there is discussion of play-in games.
Oh.
We didn't get to it today because the quarterback symposium really took off.
Okay.
Do you want to do the play-in games?
Well, I think we should start off with it tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to confuse
Oh, you want to
people
start off
today.
with it tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah.
But that means
Don't you
you're
think?
going to have to stay in control. When you go nuts and then Stoney goes nuts, then we're off pace.
Well, it basically means in the first segment, the play-in games have to be done.
Okay, we can do.
Okay.
Well, I thought we were going to like 8 p.m. tomorrow.
That is not happening.
No.
No,
And
we
there
always
won't
get
be-
it in time.
Look, it's just
Right, but we're normally struggling. So if we're going to add extra games.
Plus, there's going to be one segment you waste with the Creepazoid Doughboy.
No, the Doughboy is calling it.
I really
So
hope that
therefore,
doesn't happen.
you know,
That
my
guy
job
scares
is to make sure we keep it tight.
Here comes the finger.
Yeah. What's coming up next?
Yeah.
Tomorrow at 2, though. Everybody tune in for
we'll
it.
be here, and Mike is going to lavish us with food, I understand.
You just got to tell me what you want. I'll cater the whole thing. Stoney, my problem with him, he's going to eat himself into a coma.
No, he is.
He's not going to be functional.
Mm-hmm.
And it just puts more of the work on us.
Yeah, he's going to go very fast.
Bro, Stoney eats like he's going to the electric
I remember
chair.
the last
It
time.
is-
I was like, I thought it was food here.
You know what?
There was food here.
The favorite, going back, if I'm going on the classic that withstood the test of time, Second Deck has withstood the test of time.
You know the interesting part?
Tremendously.
It's not even on the board.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, look, we had overdone it.
No.
We also got a number of complaints about it. The way we had played it, we would play it in suggestive manners.
Yeah, I do recall one time when you were on a rant and you were like, and you know what they can do?
Yeah.
We
had some issues.
Yeah,
Let's
that was
mo-
suggestive.
Let's move on.
Yeah,
for sure.
I remember a rant. You were hot.
Why do you think I had to take the Troy Aikman, Dak Prescott drop off the board? It got a little too much.
But the newcomer out of nowhere, the rookie, the junior Caminero of this is the very fast one.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's the one. That's where I'm putting my money.
Look out.
I
That
love
one's
that one.
coming fast.
I love it. So look, tomorrow at 2,
Yep.
we lock in, we do the nonsense. It is the Stony Wojo Invitational. Bob is up next.
Yep.
97.1.
Woo!